The House of Mirth by Edith Wharton, adapted for radio by Eileen Cullen.
On a Monday in early September 1905, Lawrence Selden was returning to his law office in New York after a hurried dip into the country. In the afternoon heat and rush of Grand Central Station, he paused in surprise. His eyes had been refreshed by the sight of Miss Lily Hudson Bart. She stood apart from the crowd, wearing an air of irresolution. It struck him that she was waiting for someone. For all the years they had been acquainted, he thought he had never seen her more radiant. And an impulse of curiosity made him turn out of his direct line to the door and stroll past her.
Mr. Selden, what good luck!
Miss Bart.
What luck! How good of you to come to my rescue.
Tell me what form the rescue is to take.
Oh, almost any form. Even to sitting on a bench and talking to me. One sits out a cotillion, why not sit out a train?
Why not? Have you missed the train, or what is the trouble?
Oh, it's too aggravating. I've come up from Tuxedo on my way to the Trenors at Bellamont, and I've missed the 3:15 to Rhinebeck.
Have you long to wait?
There isn't another till 5:30.
2 hours to wait. You are indeed in need of rescue. And of course I am at your disposal.
It's so hot.
Yes.
If you can spare the time, do take me somewhere for a breath of air.
Shall we go over to Sherry's for a cup of tea?
Tea would be nice, but so many people return to town on Monday, one is sure to meet a lot of bores. Isn't there a quieter place?
The resources of New York are rather meager, but I'll find a hansom first, and then we'll invent something. Come. There's been a slight shower, so it should be cooler now.
How delicious. Shall we walk a little while?
Under her dark hat and veil, she regained the girlish smoothness, the purity of tint that she was beginning to lose after 11 years of late hours and indefatigable dancing. Was it really 11 years? Selden found himself wondering. And had she indeed reached the 29th birthday with which her rivals credited her? They turned into Madison Avenue and began to stroll northward. As she moved beside him, Selden was conscious of taking a luxurious pleasure in her nearness, in the mottling of her little ear, the crisp upward wave of her hair. Was it ever so slightly brightened by art? And the thick planting of her straight black lashes. He had a confused sense that she must have cost a great deal to make, that a great many dull and ugly people must, in some mysterious way, have been sacrificed to produce her.
Oh dear, I'm so hot and thirsty. And what a hideous place New York is. Other cities put on their best clothes in summer, but New York seems to sit in its shirt sleeves.
Yes.
Oh, look! Someone has had the humanity to plant a few trees over there. Let us go into the shade.
I'm glad my street meets with your approval.
Your street? Do you live here? Ah, yes, to be sure. The Benedict. What a nice-looking building. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Which windows are yours? No, let me guess. Those with the awnings down.
On the top floor, yes.
And that nice little balcony is yours? How cool it looks up there.
Why not come up and see? I can give you a cup of tea in no time, and you won't meet any bores.
Oh, it's too tempting. I'll take the risk.
Oh, I'm not dangerous. But I advise you to take a deep breath. It's quite a climb. Come in. There's no one here, but I have a servant who comes in the mornings, and it's just possible he may have put out the things. And provided some cake.
How delicious to have a place like this all to oneself. What a miserable thing it is to be a woman.
Even women have been known to enjoy the privileges of a flat.
Oh, governesses and widows, but not girls. Not poor, miserable, marriageable girls.
I know a girl who lives in a flat.
You do?
Yes, I do. Good, there is some cake.
Oh, I know. You mean Gertrude. Gertie Farish. But I said marriageable.
Yes, you did.
And besides, she has a horrid little place and no maid and such queer things to eat. Her cook does the washing and the food tastes of soap.
You shouldn't dine with her on wash days.
Perhaps not.
I'm afraid there isn't any milk. Will you take lemon?
Yes, of course. In fact, I should prefer it. It was horrid of me to say that about Gertie. I forgot she was your cousin. But that's no excuse, is it?
Not really.
But she and I are so different, you know. She likes being good, and I like being happy. And she is free, and I am not. I dare say if I were, I could manage to be happy, even in her flat. It must be pure bliss to arrange the furniture just as one likes and give all the horrors to the ashman. If I could only do over my aunt's drawing room, I should be a better woman.
Is it so very bad?
That shows how often you come there. Why don't you come more often?
When I do come, it's not to look at Mrs. Peniston's furniture.
Nonsense. You don't come at all. And yet we get on so well when we meet.
Perhaps that's the reason?
That's not the reason.
What do you think?
I wish I knew. I wish I could make you out. I know that there are men who don't like me. One can tell that at a glance. But I don't think you dislike me. And you can't possibly think I want to marry you.
No, I absolve you of that.
Well, then.
Then, perhaps that's the reason.
What is?
The fact that you don't want to marry me. Perhaps I don't regard it as a strong inducement to go and see you.
Mr. Selden, that wasn't worthy of you. Don't you see that there are enough men to say pleasant things to me, and that what I want is a friend who won't be afraid to say unpleasant things when I need them? Sometimes I have fancied you might be that friend.
Why?
I don't know why, except that you are neither a prig nor a bounder, and that I shouldn't have to pretend to you nor be on my guard against you.
I've never thought of you as being in need of friends.
Oh, you don't know. The trouble is, I've been about too long. People are getting tired of me. They're beginning to say that I ought to marry.
Well, why don't you?
Ah, I see that you are a friend after all. That is one of the disagreeable things I was asking for.
Isn't marriage your vocation? Isn't that what you're all brought up for?
I suppose it is. What else is there?
Exactly. So, why not take the plunge and have it over?
You speak as if I ought to marry the first man who came along.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply that you're as hard put to it as that. But there must be someone with the requisite qualifications.
I threw away several good chances when I first came out. I suppose every girl does. And you know I'm horribly poor. And very expensive. I must have a great deal of money.
Yes. What's become of Dilworth?
Oh, his mother was frightened.
Frightened of you?
She was afraid I should have all the family jewels reset. And she wanted me to promise that I wouldn't have the drawing room done over.
The very thing you were marrying him for?
Exactly. So she packed him off to India.
Hard luck. But you can do better than Dilworth.
Someone without a domineering mother.
Would you like a cigarette?
Have I time? Well, just a whiff. Thank you.
Perhaps you'll meet your fate tonight at the Trenors.
I had thought you might be going there. Oh, not in that capacity. But there are to be a lot of your set. Gwen Van Osburgh, the Wetherells, Lady Cressida Wraith. Oh, thank you. Oh, and the Dorsets. I'm not sure about George, but Bertha will be there, won't she?
Mrs. Trenor did ask me, but those big parties bore me.
So they do me.
Then why go?
It's part of the business, you forget. And besides, if I didn't, I should be playing bezique with my aunt at Richfield Springs.
That's almost as bad as marrying Dilworth.
How nice your room is. And how peaceful. All these books, and only you to read them. Hey, you collect, don't you? You know about first editions and things like that?
As much as a man may who has no money to spend. Now and then I pick up something in the rubbish heap, and I go and look on at the big sales.
And Americana? Do you collect Americana?
No. Americana is rather out of my line. I'm not really a collector, you see. I'm simply like to have good editions of the books I'm fond of.
And Americana are horribly dull, I suppose.
I should fancy so, except to the historian. But your real collector values a thing for its rarity. I don't suppose the buyers of Americana sit up all night reading them. Old Jefferson Gryce certainly didn't.
And yet they fetch fabulous prices, don't they? And I suppose most of the owners of Americana are not historians either.
No, very few of the historians can afford to buy them. They have to use those in the public libraries or in private collections.
Don't you ever mind not being rich enough to buy all the books you want?
Don't I just? You take me for a saint.
And having to work. Do you mind that?
Oh, the work itself is not so bad. I'm rather fond of the law.
Yes, but the being tied down, the routine. Don't you ever want to get away?
Horribly. Especially when I see all my friends rushing to the steamer.
But do you mind enough to marry to get out of it?
God forbid.
Ah, there's the difference. A girl must, a man may if he chooses. Like my cousin Jack Stepney. Now, your jacket, for instance.
What about my jacket?
It's a trifle shabby, but who cares? It doesn't keep people from asking you to dine. If I were shabby, no one would ask me. We are expected to be well-dressed till we drop, and if we can't keep it up alone, we have to go into partnership.
Well, there must be plenty of capital on the lookout for such an investment as you.
Heavens, it's after 5. I must be off. Don't bother to come down. It's been delightful.
But
And now you'll have to return my visit.
don't you want me to see you to the station?
No. Let's say goodbye here. Please.
Lily always paid for her rare indiscretions by a violent reaction of prudence, and as she left Selden's flat, she paused on the landing to look about her. There was no one to be seen except a woman who was scrubbing the stairs. The woman took up so much room that Lily had to squeeze against the wall with a murmured word. The woman made no move to make a space for her, and stared at her so rudely that Lily felt herself blushing. What did the woman suppose? Could one never do the simplest, the most harmless thing without submitting oneself to some odious conjecture? She hastened downward, and forgot the woman's rudeness in her anxiety to find a cab without delay. She reached the porch and scanned the street.
Miss Bart! How delightful. This is a surprise.
Mr. Rosedale. Oh, how are you? Well, you must forgive me. I am in a hurry.
You've been up to town for a little shopping, no doubt.
Yes, I came up to see my dressmaker. I'm just on my way to catch the train to the Trenors. Forgive me.
Ah, your dressmaker. I didn't know there were any dressmakers in the Benedict.
The Benedict? Is that the name of this building?
Yes, that's the name.
Oh, I didn't realize.
I believe it's an old word for bachelor, isn't it?
Yes, Shakespearean, perhaps. Mr. Rosedale, I am looking for a cab.
I happen to own the Benedict, that's how I know.
I've already missed one train.
The dressmaker kept you waiting, I suppose.
I think I see a hansom. Perhaps you will hail it for me?
By all means. But you must let me take you to the station.
Oh, no, I won't hear of it. Look, will you stop this cab, please?
Of course. Cabby. The Trenors are at Bellamont, of course. This lady wants to catch the train for Rhinebeck. Your cousin Jack will be there too, of course. There's a train at 5:40, I believe. You should just have time to catch it.
Yes, I think so. Goodbye, and thank you.
You won't allow me to accompany you?
No, I couldn't think of troubling you. Grand Central Station, please.
Once in the train, Lily leaned back in her seat and sighed. That stupid story about her dressmaker was bad enough. It would have been so simple to tell Rosedale that she had been taking tea with Selden. The mere statement of the fact would have rendered it innocuous. But after having let herself be surprised in a falsehood, it was doubly stupid to snub the witness of her discomfiture. If she had had the presence of mind to let Rosedale drive her to the station, the concession might have purchased his silence. Lily was sure that within 24 hours the story of her visiting her dressmaker at the Benedick would be in active circulation among Mr. Rosedale's acquaintances. The worst of it was that she had always snubbed and ignored him. To have to worry about such a man underlined the change her life had undergone in the years since her debut in society. And she remembered how, when she was 19, her world had seemed to crash about her ears as she and her mother sat one day at luncheon and were surprised by her father's unwonted return.
Oh, you've hardly eaten anything, Lily. You're not feeling off colour, are you? Perhaps you danced too late last night. I declare you haven't as much stamina as I have.
No one has as much stamina as you, Mama.
You'd better rest this afternoon. I want you to be in good form for the ball tonight. Oh, try to eat something, there's a good girl.
I think I'm rather tired of plover's eggs.
Leave them. Have some salmon or some chaud-froid. It's quite delicious. Or else I could ask Poleworth to bring me something else.
Those roses are dying, Mama.
Perhaps, like you, they're a little tired, my dear.
I really think we might afford a few fresh flowers on the table, some jonquils or lilies of the valley.
Lilies of the valley cost $2 a dozen at this season.
It wouldn't take more than 6 dozen to fill that bowl.
6 dozen what?
Good gracious, Hudson. What brings you home at this time of day? Well, are you here for lunch?
I was only saying, Father, that I hate to see faded flowers on the luncheon table, and Mama says a bunch of lilies of the valley wouldn't cost more than $12. Mayn't I tell the florist to send a few every day?
Are you all right, Hudson? You look a little strange, rather pale. Well, why have you come home? Hudson!
$12. $12 a day for flowers. Oh, certainly. Give him an order for 1,200.
Father, what's the matter?
Will the master be having lunch, madam?
No, you needn't wait, Poleworth. I will ring for you.
Very good, madam.
Hudson, stop that at once. Do you hear me? Are you ill?
Am I ill? No, not ill.
What then? What's the matter?
I am ruined.
Ruined? Lily, shut the pantry door.
Dear Father.
Your father's not well. He does not know what he's saying. It is nothing. Now, you'd better go upstairs.
Shall I send for the doctor, Mama?
Do as I tell you. Go upstairs. And Lily,
Yes, Mama?
don't talk to the servants.
Hudson Bart was indeed ruined, and to his wife he no longer counted. He had ceased to perform his function of provider, and in the dark hours preceding his slow and difficult dying she sat at his side in a state of grim, unflagging resentment. Shocked by her mother's attitude and saddened by the realization that she had never really known her father, Lily longed to perform some small service for him. But in the face of his unconscious condition this was denied her. She remembered with a sense of guilt that it had been a relief when he slipped from unconsciousness into death. A change in the speed of the train roused Lily from her sad memories, and looking around her she saw Mr. Percy Gryce at the other end of the carriage. She had known that Mr. Percy Gryce was to be at Bellamont, but she had not counted on the luck of having him to herself in the train, and the fact banished all perturbing thoughts of Mr. Rosedale. Perhaps, after all, the day was to end more favourably than it had begun. He rose to approach her as the train drew to a halt at a station.
Garrison Station! Garrison!
Oh, Lily, is there a seat in here? Porter, do hurry up.
Hello, Bertha. I imagined everyone would have been on the earlier train. You know Mr. Gryce, of course.
Oh, yes, how nice, Mr. Gryce. Oh, but Lily, I must have a seat in this carriage. Porter, you must find me a place here. I want to be with my friends. Oh, Mr. Gryce, do please make him understand. I must have a seat next to you and Lily.
Well, if you please, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind moving aside, this gentleman is trying to leave the train.
To leave? Oh, that's good. What luck. I'll put my things down here, Porter.
When you are free, Porter, perhaps you will bring tea for 3.
Oh, certainly, ma'am.
Oh, I'm completely exhausted. I've been kicking my heels in that station for almost an hour, without even the alleviation of a cigarette. My brute of a husband neglected to replenish my case this morning.
Never mind, Bertha. We'll have some tea quite soon. Where is your brute of a husband?
He's coming later. And I don't suppose at this hour of the day that you have a single one left, have you?
A single what?
A cigarette, of course.
What an absurd question, Bertha.
Absurd? Why? Don't you smoke? Since when have you given it up? Oh, I see. And you don't smoke either, Mr. Gryce. Of course. I understand. How stupid of me.
I see the porter coming with the tea.
Bertha Dorset leaned back against her travelling cushions with a smile which made Lily wish there had been no vacant seat beside her own. Any idea she might have had about drawing Percy Gryce out on the subject of his famous inherited collection of Americana were now out of the question. Mrs. Dorset monopolized the conversation for the rest of the journey. She was a small, slim woman, whose face seemed to be the mere setting for a pair of exaggerated eyes which gave her a visionary gaze quite at variance with her character. Her gaze was now turned on the silent Percy Gryce, but she was too self-engrossed to penetrate the recesses of his shyness. She was said, however, to have a strong hold over men, and Lily suspected that she had had some hold over Lawrence Selden. They were an awkward and ill-assorted trio, and glancing at Gryce, it struck her that he was as relieved as herself when they reached their journey's end, Bellamont and the Trenors.
Good morning, Judy. Your maid brought me your note with my breakfast tray.
Dearest Lily, how good of you to come. I hope you slept well.
Very well, thanks. What's the trouble?
You can't imagine. There are such a lot of horrors this morning. Do come and sit down if you can find a space in this confusion.
I'm all right. But tell me...
It was simply inhuman of Prague to go off just now. She says her sister is going to have a baby, as if that were anything of consequence.
It could be of consequence to her sister.
Well, here I am without a secretary, and you've got to help me.
Of course I'll do what I can. You know that.
You're a dear girl. Now, the first thing is this. I've asked a lot of people for next weekend, and I've mislaid the list, and I can't remember who is coming. And I'm sure this week is going to be a horrible failure.
That's ridiculous, Judy. You know you're a marvelous hostess.
I don't know how it happened. I had no intention of asking the Wetheralls. I think that must have been Gus. It's the sort of thing he's always doing.
What's wrong with the Wetheralls?
For one thing, they disapprove of Carrie Fisher. As if one can help having Carrie.
Does it matter if they disapprove?
I don't know. Makes things awkward. Though I think it's absurd of Alice Wetherall to make such a fuss about meeting Carrie when one thinks of what society is coming to.
I suppose it was foolish of her to get that second divorce.
Yes, but I believe it was the only way to get a penny out of Fisher. And poor Carrie has to consider every dollar.
Yes, poor Carrie.
She's the only one who can keep Gus in a good humor when we have bores in the house.
Yes, she is good company. And that's quite important in a house party, isn't it?
Have you noticed that all the husbands like her? All, I mean, except her own. As a matter of fact, I'm sure she borrows money from Gus. But then I'd pay her to keep him in a good humor, so I can't complain after all.
Shall I look through this lot of papers for next week's list?
Yes, please do. Apart from all that, I'm terribly disappointed in Lady Cressida.
Disappointed? Why, hadn't you known her before?
Well, not enough. But she's the Duchess of Belcher's sister, and I suppose she was the same sort. But it turns out she's the moral one, and she's boring all the men horribly.
Oh, Judy, as if one could be bored at Bellamont.
It isn't only Lady Cressida. Everything has gone wrong this week. I can see that Bertha Dorset is furious with me.
Why should she be furious with you?
Because I told her that Lawrence Selden was coming, but he's not, after all. And she's quite unreasonable enough to think it's my fault.
I thought that was all over.
So it is, on his side. I did ask him, but I couldn't make him come. Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned her. Now I suppose she'll take it out on me by being perfectly nasty to everyone.
She may take it out on him by being perfectly charming to someone else.
No, she knows he wouldn't mind. And who else is there? Gus is bored by her. Your cousin Jack knows her too well. Besides, he's concentrating on the Van Osburgh girl. Well, to be sure, there's Percy Gryce.
I don't think she and Gryce would be likely to hit it off.
You mean she'd shock him and he'd bore her?
Something like that.
But I hope she won't take it into her head to be nice to him, for I asked him here on purpose for you.
Merci du compliment.
My dear Lily, you're 1,000 times handsomer and cleverer than Bertha. But then you're not nasty, and for getting what she wants, commend me to a nasty woman.
I thought you were fond of Bertha.
Oh, I am. It's much safer to be fonder of dangerous people. And she is dangerous. If ever I saw her up to something, it's now. I can tell by George's manner. He always knows when Bertha is about to fall. Don't be shocking. You know he believes in her still, only she delights in making him miserable.
I don't wonder she likes more cheerful companionship.
Oh, George is not so dismal as you think. If Bertha didn't worry him, he would be quite different. Or if she'd let him arrange his own life as he pleases. But she doesn't dare lose her hold on him on account of the money. So when he isn't jealous, she pretends to be.
I think I found the list you were looking for.
That's a relief. Now, if it wouldn't bore you too much, do help me with the dinner cards for tonight. Do you know, I think I'll call up Lawrence on the telephone and tell him he simply must come.
Oh, no, don't, Judy.
But why? Do you dislike him so much?
No, of course not. But if you are actuated by the intentions of protecting me from Bertha, I don't think it's necessary.
I simply want to improve Bertha's temper. But, Lily, do you mean that you and Gryce...
I only mean that I don't think he's interested in Bertha.
I see. You know they say he has $800,000 a year.
Yes, I know.
And spends nothing except on some rubbishy old books. And his mother will leave him a lot more. Dear Lily, do go slowly.
I shouldn't, for instance, be in any haste to tell him that he has a lot of rubbishy old books.
Oh, I know you're wonderful about getting up on people's subjects. But you've said yourself that he's horribly shy and easily shocked and...
Why don't you say it, Judy? I have the reputation of being on the hunt for a rich husband.
No, I didn't mean that. But you know that things are rather lively here at times, and if he thought that you were what his mother would call fast, well, I'm sure you know what I mean. Don't wear your scarlet crepe de chine for dinner, and don't smoke if you can help it, Lily dear.
I'll lock up my cigarettes and I won't wear scarlet. But if you really want to help, you won't ask me to play bridge again this evening.
Bridge? Does he mind bridge, too? My poor Lily, what an awful life you'll live. But why didn't you give me a hint last night? There's nothing I wouldn't do to help, you know that.
Yes, of course. Now, don't you think we ought to get on with these dinner cards?
All right. I'll read out the names if you wouldn't mind writing them down. Incidentally, you still have his mother to contend with, don't forget.
No. As a matter of fact, I have met his mother.
You have? What is she like?
A monumental woman with the voice of the pulpit orator.
Good heavens. The son is certainly not monumental. Poor boy.
No, I remember my cousin Jack once defined him as the young man who had promised his mother never to go out in the rain without his overshoes. But then you know Jack.
Yes, we all know Jack. Now, you're quite sure that you wouldn't like me to telephone for Lawrence Selden?
I'm quite sure.
It wasn't only because of Percy Gryce's views that Lily didn't want to play bridge. She had found in the past year that her hostesses expected her to take a place at the card table, and since she had played regularly, the passion had grown on her. The previous night, her luck had been persistently bad, and her little gold purse was empty when she returned to her room. She had lost $300, the sum she had mentally set aside to satisfy her dressmaker. Her head throbbing with fatigue, she had returned wearily to the thought of Percy Gryce. A few days more, and she might win her reward. But the reward itself seemed unpalatable. and she could get no zest from the thought of victory. However, tonight Judy would not ask her to play, and she resolved to concentrate instead on Percy Gryce.
6 no trump. I'm going for a slam.
Are you not playing cards tonight, Miss Bart?
Oh, Mr. Gryce. How nice. This chair is empty. Do sit beside me.
If you're sure I'm not detaining you.
Of course not. The fact is, I don't really care for cards. But sometimes it is necessary to help one's hostess out, you know.
Oh, yes, I understand. I'm glad you don't really care for gambling.
It can be quite dangerous, you know. It has a dangerous fascination.
Oh, surely not, Miss Bart.
Surely yes, Mr. Gryce. But I can see you have never been tempted. I envy you. Of course, I know that you have one engrossing interest.
Yes, indeed I have.
You find it fascinating?
Yes, fascinating, but not dangerous, Miss Bart.
I've often wanted to know more about Americana.
You must be the first person who's ever asked me about it. Oh, I think most people are bored by it, so I try not to talk about it.
I suppose it's because most people are ignorant on the subject. They're not historians like you.
Oh, I don't claim to be an historian, Miss Bart. As you know, the collection was made by my uncle, Jefferson Gryce. He used to talk to me about it, and so I became interested, and as he had no children, he bequeathed it to me. And, of course, after that, I became more interested.
Naturally. And you have added to it, I believe. I have heard something of it from your mother.
From my mother? Really?
Yes, indeed. She visits my aunt, you know.
Oh, of course. You mean Mrs. Penniston. I remember. My mother admires her greatly.
Do you enjoy being in New York? It must be quite a change after Albany.
Oh, it's noisier than Albany, of course, but after my uncle's death, it seemed to my mother that it would be wise to move into the house on Madison Avenue, where he kept the collection.
Easier than moving the collection, perhaps.
Exactly. Miss Bart, as you are interested, perhaps someday you will come and see my collection.
I should be delighted.
Oh, I found a few new things recently, and
I suppose one can go on learning all the time.
Oh, yes. There's a great deal to learn. I subscribe to all the reviews dealing with book collecting in general, and American history in particular, and it's amazing.
I think the card game is breaking up.
There you are, Lily. And Mr. Gryce. Won't you both come and join the rest of us in a nightcap?
Thank you, Mrs. Trenor. But if you'll forgive me, I think I'll go to my room. I have some reading to do.
Good night, then, Mr. Gryce. Sleep well.
Thank you. Good night, Miss Bart.
Come up to the fire, Lily. I'm sure you need something to revive you. Let me pour you a brandy.
Thank you. Did you have a good game?
Quite interesting. Gus and I played your cousin Jack and the Van Osburgh girl. Take your glass, Lily, and let's go up to my room.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Come and sit down. There's more brandy here if you'd like it.
How lovely to relax. How are Jack and Gwen?
That romance seems to be progressing.
All Jack has to do is to keep quiet and let that girl marry him.
She's obviously in love with him. I suppose it's a fair exchange. She'll get a handsome and attractive husband, and he'll get a dull wife, but
a wife with a fortune. I only hope Jack can toe the line.
Tell me about yourself. Gryce has hardly left your side all day.
Yes. It looks as if my vulgar cares may be at an end.
Of course, Gryce and the Van Osburgh girl were made for each other, but neither of them knows it, which is fortunate for Jack and you. Tell me more about Mrs. Gryce. Does she guard him as closely as people say?
I haven't actually seen them together. He tells me that his mother admires my aunt.
Is that important? He's not marrying your aunt.
It gives me an air of respectability.
Well, I hope you can toe the line.
Oh, it's unkind to laugh at Percy. He really is quite nice. The poor man simply hasn't had a chance. I hope to give him a chance.
Well, I hope he's malleable. Will you have to live in that awful house?
I shall try to persuade him to travel.
You certainly set yourself a task. but you may be clever enough to manage it.
The next few days demonstrated to Lily's satisfaction her ability to manage her affairs. On the Saturday afternoon she stood musing on the upper terrace at Bellamont, at a little distance from the animated group about the tea-table. The beauty and elegance of the tranquil scene represented the future she had chosen. The feeling that she could marry Gryce when she pleased had lifted a heavy load from her mind. The early sunset was slanting across the park. Through the boughs of the long avenue beyond the gardens, she caught the flash of wheels and divined that more visitors were approaching. There was a scattering of steps and voices as the party about the tea-table began to break up. Presently she heard a tread behind her on the terrace and supposed that Gryce had come to join her. She turned to welcome him, but her greeting wavered into a blush of wonder. For the man who had approached her was Lawrence Selden.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Judy.
I want to talk to you.
Dear Judy, I can see that you're about to scold me.
I simply don't understand you.
I don't think I understand myself.
Everything seemed to be going swimmingly, but the moment Lawrence Selden turns up, you throw caution to the wind, neglect Gryce, and spend a full hour with Selden.
I don't understand you, Judy. You promised me that you wouldn't send for him.
Send for him? Of course, I did nothing of the sort.
You didn't? What happened then?
He came of his own accord. He didn't even wire me. He tells me that he just found the trap at the station and changed his mind on the spur of the moment.
He's the last person I wanted to see here.
Really? It's hardly the impression I gained. Neither, I think, did Bertha Dorset.
I wonder what made him come.
Perhaps it's not over with Bertha after all.
Surely you said
I shall put them together at dinner anyhow. One has to keep one's married friends happy. And as you know, Bertha's been furious with me ever since she arrived. And you certainly haven't helped the situation.
Are you putting me with Percy Gryce?
At dinner? Certainly not. You know that's not the way of the matchmaker. Gryce will take in Gwen van Osburgh, and I hope he'll be all the more anxious to join you afterwards.
Well, where do I figure?
You will have to keep Bertha's husband in good humor. If you can't, no one else can.
And what about Carrie?
Carrie will look after Gus. Now be a dear and help me out with these dinner cards. If that wretched Pragg doesn't return by next weekend, I shall have to engage someone else. Now, I hope you're going to be a sensible girl tomorrow. Hilda and Muriel tell me you have promised to go to church with them. And of course you know that Percy Gryce wouldn't miss church for anything.
If it's a nice day, I shall walk back with him instead of taking the carriage.
That sounds an excellent plan. So don't oversleep, whatever you do.
The next morning, Lily tore herself betimes from the lingering enjoyment of her breakfast tray, rang to have her grey gown laid out, and dispatched her maid to borrow a prayer book from Mrs. Trenor. The sound of wheels drew her to the window, and she saw that she was too late. She could, however, reach the church before the service was over, and thus determined, she rustled downstairs and stopped in surprise at the sight of Mrs. Dorset and Lawrence Selden in the main hall.
Oh, dear. Am I late?
Miss Bart.
Late for what? Not for luncheon, obviously, but perhaps you had an earlier engagement.
Yes, I had.
Really? Perhaps I'm in the way, then. But Mr. Selden is entirely at your disposal.
Oh, dear, no. Do stay. I don't in the least want to drive you away.
You're very kind. But I never interfere with Mr. Selden's engagements.
But I have no engagement with Mr. Selden. My engagement was to go to church with the Trenor girls, and I'm afraid the omnibus has started without me. Has it actually started, do you know?
I think I heard it drive away some time ago.
I wasn't aware that you were a churchgoer.
I usually go with Hilda and Muriel when I'm at Bellamont.
Oh, yes. And I think Percy Gryce was one of the party.
Very likely. Well, I shall just have to walk. I shall at least have the credit for trying.
And the advantage of escaping part of the service, no doubt.
Yes, I can't really feel sorry for myself. Who could on such a day? It strikes me as a day for impulse and truancy. So, I'll be on my way. We'll meet at luncheon.
And with a bright nod to the couple on whom she had intruded, Lily strolled through the glass doors and carried her rustling grace down the long perspective of the garden walk. As Lily started on her walk, she was conscious of a somewhat keen shock of disappointment. Was it possible, after all, that Selden had come on account of Bertha Dorset? Women never learn to dispense with a sentimental motive in their judgment of men, and it did not occur to her that Selden might have been actuated merely by the desire to spend a warm Sunday out of town. She paused, and a step sounded behind her. Turning, she found Lawrence Selden at her side.
How fast you walk. I thought I should never catch you up.
You must be exhausted. I've been dawdling for the past half hour.
Waiting for me, I hope?
Well, waiting to see if you would come.
I seize the distinction. But I don't mind it since doing the one involved the other. But weren't you sure that I should come?
If I waited long enough. But you see, I had only a limited time to give to the experiment.
Why limited? Limited by luncheon?
No, by my other engagement.
Your engagement to go to church with Muriel and Hilda?
Not exactly. My engagement to come back from church with another person.
I might have known you were fully provided with alternatives. And is the other person coming back this way?
That's just what I don't know. And in order to find out, it's my business to get to church before the service is over.
I see. And it is my business to prevent your doing so. In which case, the other person, piqued by your absence, will form the desperate resolve of returning in the omnibus.
Is that what you would do in such an emergency?
I am here to prove to you what I am capable of doing in an emergency.
Walking a mile in an hour? You must own that the omnibus would be quicker.
But will he find you in the end? That's the only test of success.
Well, if it is, he has succeeded.
I can see you will have company on the return journey. The Wetheralls, Lady Cressida, the Trenor girls, and Gryce. Now I see why you were getting up your Americana.
Miss Bart! Miss Bart! I'm coming! I wanted to thank you for giving me some points that day.
One can hardly do justice to the subject of Americana in such a short time.
Are you going to come back? By all means, let us do that. I'm sorry I was late.
Won't you devote your afternoon to it? You know I must be off tomorrow morning.
I must go. Everyone is waiting. Goodbye.
Lily had made no reply to Selden's suggestion that they should spend the afternoon together, but as her plan unfolded itself, he felt fairly confident. She had appeared at luncheon looking rather languid and complaining of a headache, so that Gryce wondered nervously if she were delicate. She urged him to join the rest of the party on their afternoon excursion, since she would prove to be poor company, and he had taken her advice and departed mournfully in dusthood and goggles. The house was empty when Selden heard her step on the stair and strolled out of the billiard-room to join her.
Is your headache better?
Yes, it is somewhat relieved. Where is everyone? Have they all gone out?
Yes. They won't be back for hours.
I thought after all the air might do me good.
Indeed, yes. Such simple remedies are usually worth trying. So, we are to have our walk after all.
I don't know why you're always accusing me of premeditation.
I thought you confessed to it. Didn't you say the other day that if one does a thing at all, it's a merit to do it thoroughly?
You must think me a dismal kind of person if you suppose that I never yield to an impulse.
Ah, but I don't suppose that. Haven't I told you that your genius lies in converting impulses into intentions?
My genius? Is there any final test of genius but success? And I certainly haven't succeeded.
What is success? I should be interested to have your definition.
Why, to get as much out of life as one can, I suppose. It's a relative quality, after all. Isn't that your idea of it?
My idea of it? God forbid.
What, then?
My idea of success is personal freedom.
Freedom from what?
From everything. From money, from poverty, from ease and anxiety, from all the material accidents. To keep a kind of republic of the spirit. That's what I call success.
I know. It's strange, but that's just what I've been feeling today.
Is the feeling so rare with you?
You think me horribly sordid, don't you? But perhaps it's rather that I never had a choice. There was no one, to tell me about the republic of the spirit.
There never is. It's a country that one has to find a way to, oneself.
But I should never have found my way there if you hadn't told me.
There are signposts, but one has to know how to read them.
I have known it at times. When I see you, I find myself spelling out a letter of the sign. Last night at dinner, I suddenly saw a little way into your republic.
Watching her companions at dinner the previous night, Lily had been able to set up a rapid comparison between Lawrence Selden and Percy Gryce. It was that comparison which was her undoing. Why else had she suddenly become interested in Selden? She had known him for years, had in fact found him more agreeable than most men, but had been too busy with her own affairs to regard him as more than one of the pleasant accessories of life. Now, however, his presence shed a new light on her surroundings. He was readjusting her vision, and she found herself scanning her little world through his retina. How dreary and trivial these people were. How different they had seemed to her a few hours ago. Then they had symbolized what she was gaining. Now they stood for what she was giving up. She turned as Selden roused her from her thoughts.
You say that last night you saw a little way into the Republic. Did it make you want to see more? Are you going to become one of us?
Please, do give me a cigarette. I haven't smoked for days.
Why such unnatural abstinence? Everybody smokes at Bellamont.
Yes, but it's not considered becoming in a jeune fille à marier. And at the present moment, I am a jeune fille à marier.
Ah, then, I'm afraid we can't let you into the Republic.
Why not? Is it a celibate order?
Not in the least. Though I'm bound to say there are not many married people in it. You will marry someone very rich, and it's as hard for the rich to get into as the kingdom of heaven.
That's unjust, I think, because the only way not to think about money is to have a great deal of it.
Well, your rich people may not be thinking of money, but they're breathing it all the time. Take them into another element and see how they gasp and squirm.
It seems to me that you spend a great deal of your time in the element you disapprove of.
True, but I've tried to remain amphibious. It's all right as long as one's lungs can work in another air.
And do you think mine couldn't?
The real alchemy consists in being able to turn gold back again into something else. And that's the secret that most of your friends have lost. But we're forgetting about our walk. Don't you think we ought to start out for the sake of your headache, if nothing else?
Yes, we ought to go if we want to get back before it grows dark.
Are you tired?
Tired? Not exactly. In fact, I feel exhilarated, though it has been quite a climb.
Let us sit here. From this ledge, we can see for miles.
I've never been up here before.
Then I'm glad I brought you.
You know, I've broken 2 engagements for you today. How many have you broken for me?
None. My only engagement at Bellamont was with you.
Did you really come to Bellamont to see me?
Of course I did.
Why?
Because you're such a wonderful spectacle, I always like to see what you're doing.
How do you know what I should be doing if you were not here?
I don't flatter myself that my coming has deflected your course of action by a hair's breadth.
That's absurd, since if you were not here, I could obviously not be taking a walk with you.
No, but your taking a walk with me is only another way of making use of your material. You are an artist, and I happen to be a bit of color you're using today. It's part of your cleverness to be able to produce premeditated effects extemporaneously.
There you are again, accusing me of premeditation. Must you always be the critic? Why do you call your republic a republic? It's a close corporation, and you create arbitrary objections in order to keep people out.
You're wrong.
You think I can never even get my foot across the threshold. You despise my ambitions. You think them unworthy of me.
Well, isn't that in itself a tribute? I think them quite worthy of most of the people who live by them.
Isn't it possible that if I had the opportunities of these people, I might make a better use of them? Money's purchasing quality isn't limited to diamonds and motor cars.
Not in the least. You might expiate your enjoyment of them by founding a hospital.
But if you think that they're what I should really enjoy, you think my ambitions are good enough for me.
My dear Miss Bart, I am not divine providence to guarantee you're enjoying the things you're trying to get.
The best you can say for me, then, is that after struggling to get them, I probably shan't like them. What a miserable future you see for me.
Well, have you never seen it for yourself?
Often and often. But it looks so much darker when you show it to me. Why do you do this to me? Why do you make the things I have chosen seem hateful to me, if you've nothing to give me instead?
No. I have nothing to give you instead. If I had, it should be yours, you know.
Do I? Do I know?
Isn't it natural that I should try to belittle all the things I can't offer you?
But you belittle me, don't you, in being so sure they are the only things I care for?
But you do care for them, don't you? And no wishing of mine can alter that.
Oh, for all your fine phrases, you're really as great a coward as I am. For you wouldn't have made one of them if you hadn't been so sure of my answer.
I am not so sure of your answer. And I do you the justice to believe that you are not either.
Do you want to marry me?
Perhaps I should want it, if you did.
That's what I told you. You're so sure of me that you can amuse yourself with experiments.
I'm not making experiments. Or if I am, it is not on you, but on myself. I don't know what effect they're going to have on me, but if marrying you is one of them, I will take the risk.
It would be a great risk, certainly. I've never concealed from you how great.
Or it's you who are the coward.
I shall look hideous in dowdy clothes.
Oh, my dear Lily.
But I can trim my own hats.
It's settled then. You'll take the risk. Why, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Is that a carriage? Over there on the high road?
Yes, it is a carriage, but...
I had no idea it was so late. We shall not be back till after dark.
That was not one of our party. The motor was going the other way.
I know.
What's the matter?
But I told him, I told them I was not well, that I should not go out this afternoon.
So?
Were you serious?
Why not? You see, I took no risk in being so.
My God.
Shall we go down?
Selden drew his cigarette case from his pocket and slowly lit a cigarette. It seemed to him necessary at that moment to proclaim by some habitual gesture of this sort his recovered hold on the actual. He had an almost puerile wish to let his companion see that, their flight over, he had landed on his feet. Lily's afternoon with Lawrence Selden had been idyllic. She could not have explained the buoyancy which seemed to lift her off her feet. She and Lawrence had reached a danger point in their dawning intimacy, and she felt herself on the brink of a great discovery. But the moment when she glimpsed the carriage which instinct told her carried Percy Gryce away from Bellamont, that moment dragged her back to earth. After a restless night, she was not surprised to find a note from her hostess on her breakfast tray, and she knew that she must now account for her behavior the previous day.
We could none of us imagine you putting up with Gryce unless you meant to marry him. Everyone played fair because they wanted to help the thing along. You don't take sugar, do you?
No, thanks.
Even Bertha kept her hands off, I will say that.
Thank
Until
you, Judy.
Lawrence came down and you dragged him away from her. If you had a grudge against Bertha, it was a stupid time to show it, Lily. I told you she was dangerous.
Yes. Yes, you did.
She was in an odious mood when she came here, but Lawrence's turning up put her in a good humour. And if you'd only let her think he'd come for her, it would never have occurred to her to play you this trick.
Dear Judy.
Believe me, Lily, you'll never do anything if you're not serious.
I only took a day off.
A day, Lily? But what a day. Are you mad?
I thought Gryce, meant to stay on all this week, and I knew Selden was leaving this morning.
Gryce did mean to stay. That's the worst of it. It shows that he's run away from you. Bertha's done her work and poisoned him thoroughly against you.
What was it that Bertha really told him?
Don't ask me. Horrors. She seems to have raked up everything.
Everything? My dear Judy, you speak as if I had a very colourful past.
You know what I mean. Of course there isn't anything really. But I suppose she brought in Prince Verigliano and Lord Hubert. And Carrie says there was some story of your having borrowed money from old Ned Van Alstyne. Did you ever?
Oh, he's my father's cousin.
Well, of course she left that out. Anyhow, he obviously told someone who told Bertha. Men do talk, you know.
It was some money I lost at bridge at the Van Osbergs. I repaid it, of course.
Ah, they wouldn't remember that. Besides, it was the idea of a gambling debt that frightened Percy. Bertha knew her man. She knew just what to tell him.
Mrs. Trenor continued to admonish her friend in this strain, and her words went deeper than she knew. She joined the lunch table in a subdued mood.
How few of us are left.
I hope you won't be bored, Bertha.
Certainly not. I do so enjoy the quiet. Don't you, Lily? I wish the men would always stay away. It's really much nicer without them.
No, hold on, old girl.
Oh, you don't count, George.
Oh?
One doesn't have to talk to one's husband.
I'm glad you're here, George.
Well, thank you, my dear.
I'm glad he's here, too. I need someone to keep me company.
But I thought Mr. Gryce was to stay for the rest of the week. Didn't he intend to, Judy?
Yes, I believe he did.
He's such a nice boy. I wonder what drove him away.
He said something about some business he had to attend to.
I think perhaps we may have shocked him. He has been brought up in such an old-fashioned way, hasn't he? Do you know, Lily, he told me he had never seen a girl play cards for money until he saw you do it the other night.
I hope he never has to face anything more shocking than that.
It seems he actually lives on the interest of his income and always has a lot more to invest.
Fortunate man. As a matter of fact, Bertha, Lily played that night because I asked her to make up the numbers.
Really? I thought she always used to play.
I do believe it's someone's duty to educate that young man. He has never been made to realize his duties as a citizen.
Were you thinking of taking him in hand, Carole? I think he has at least studied the divorce laws. He told me that he had promised the bishop to sign some sort of petition against divorce.
Poor devil.
He seems to have told you a great deal, Bertha. I'm sure I don't see why you all laugh at him. I think he's very nice.
You're right, Gwen. He is nice.
Well, at any rate, a girl who married him would have enough to be comfortable.
Comfortable? Oh, dear Gwen.
Has everyone finished?
Yes, I have.
Lily, dear, I'd like a word with you.
Yes, of course.
Not more dinner cards to write? No, it's just this. If you have nothing special to do, may I tell Carrie Fisher that you intend to drive to the station and fetch Gus?
Oh, of course, Judy. I'd be glad to.
He'll be back at 4, and I know that she has it in her mind to meet him. And she's so keen about going to fetch him that I fancy she must have got a lot more bills this morning. It seems to me that most of her alimony is paid by other women's husbands.
On her way to the station, Lily had leisure to muse on her friend's words and their particular application to herself. Before she had reached the station, she had decided to leave Bellamont the next morning and join her aunt at Richfield.
It's a rare pleasure for me, Lily.
For me too, Gus.
My wife sent you. Now, didn't she?
If she did, it's because Judy thinks I'm the safest person for you to be with. And she's quite right.
Oh, is she, though? Oh, if she is, it's because she knows you wouldn't waste your time with an old hulk like me. We married men have to put up with what we can get. All the prizes are for the clever chaps who've kept a free foot.
What nonsense you talk.
Let's join here, Lily. I'd like to light a cigar. Had a beastly day.
Of course. What? Poor Gus. I'm sorry you're tired. Did you have a lot of tiresome things to do?
Oh, I should think so. You don't know how a fella has to hustle to keep a place like Bellamont going. Judy has no idea of how much she spends. My parents used to live like fighting cocks on their income. They put by a good bit of it, luckily for me. The pace we're going on, I don't know what we should do if it weren't for taking a flyer now and again.
A flyer? What does that mean?
Well, hang it all. A man has to keep his eyes and ears open and pick up all the tips he can. Not that I ought to complain today, for I did a very neat stroke of business. Thanks to Stepney's friend.
Jack's friend?
Yeah. You know, Simon Rosedale? Damn clever fella.
I wish you wouldn't speak of him as Jack's friend.
Well, in heaven's name, why not?
But you know, Jack did try to take him about, and he was impossible.
Oh, hang it. Because he's fat and shiny and has the wrong manner. But he'll learn. I tell you, Lily, the people who are clever enough to be civil to him now will make a mighty good thing of it. You mark my words.
Lily's thoughts had taken a new turn. She could not imagine herself stooping to extract what Trenor called a tip from Rosedale, but it struck her that here at her side was a man who, as the husband of her dearest friend, stood to her in a relation of almost fraternal intimacy. In the circumstances, surely she could appeal to him for help. And she began by telling him that she had been out of spirits all day.
Out of spirits? Why on earth should a beautiful girl like you ever be out of spirits? Is your last box of Worth dresses a failure? Or did Judy rook you of everything last night at bridge?
I'm serious, Gus. I have no new dresses, and I've had to give up bridge. I simply can't afford it. In fact, I can't afford any of the things my friends do. And I'm not as smartly dressed as the other women.
My dear girl, you knock all the other women into a cocked hat, and well you know it.
You're very comforting, but it doesn't help me out of my predicament.
Well, if I can help in any way.
The fact is, I want you to do me a favor. The very greatest of favors.
Well, of course. If there's anything I can manage.
Judy is angry with me, and I want you to make my peace.
Oh, come, this is nonsense. Why, you know she's devoted to you.
She is the best friend I have, and that is why I mind having to vex her. I expect you know what she's wanted me to do. She has set her heart on my marrying a great deal of money.
A great deal of money? By Jove, you don't mean Gryce. Well, you do.
You mustn't tell anyone.
But Gryce? Good Lord, Gryce! Did Judy really think you could bring yourself to marry that little ass? But of course you couldn't. Oh, so that's the reason why you departed so abruptly. How on earth did Judy think you would consider such a thing? I could have told her you'd never put up with such a little milksop. I could have told her.
No, I can't make that kind of marriage.
Well, it's impossible.
But neither can I go on living as all the women in my set do. I'm almost entirely dependent on my aunt, and though she's very kind to me, she makes me no regular allowance. She'd be shocked if she knew I'd lost money at cards, and I don't dare to tell her about it.
My dear, I don't want to pry, but have you no money of your own?
I have a tiny income, but I think it must be badly invested, for it seems to bring in less every year.
Well, that's absurd.
But I'm so ignorant that I don't know if my aunt's agent is a good advisor.
An investment that brings in less every year? Look here, Lily, if you would like to put yourself into my hands, I think I can make you a decent sum without endangering your small income. Trust me.
Dear Gus, I know I can trust you. Such a relief to feel I have a friend.
The first $1,000 cheque which Lily received from Gus Trenor enabled her to pay sops to her tradesmen, and a fresh order accompanied each payment. Was not this what her mother had always done? She was reassured by the ease with which she kept Gus in a good humour, And Judy obviously assumed that Lily's friendship with her husband was her way of returning her own kindness.
I'm glad you and Gus have become such friends. It's delightful of you to be so nice to him and put up with all his stories. I had to listen to them when we were engaged, and I'm sure he's telling the same ones still.
Judy, dear, you sound as if you were never in love with him.
Oh, well. The fact is, I'm a more practical person than you, Lily. I should not have let Percy Gryce slip through my grasp, for instance.
I envy you.
In some ways, I envy you. But how will you end up?
That's something I can't answer.
I'm grateful that for the moment you have saved Gus from Carrie Fisher.
In what way?
I usually invite Carrie in order to keep him in a good humour. Didn't you realize that?
No, I didn't.
She's a perfect vulture, you know, and she hasn't the least moral sense.
Are you thinking about her divorces?
No, her divorces are her own affairs. But she's always getting Gus to speculate for her. I wouldn't mind that so much, but I'm sure she never pays him when she loses.
I can't think of her as really wicked.
Can't you? You're naive, Lily.
But why should she lose? I mean, if Gus is advising her.
No one wins all the time on the stock market. Surely you know that.
What a pity that money is so important.
Are you really thinking of leaving us tomorrow? Gus said something about your aunt wanting you to go back.
I think it's best, Judy. I've already left my aunt for too long, and to be honest, I can't afford to stay.
You mean because of playing cards for money?
For all sorts of reasons. But we'll meet again soon. At Cousin Jack's wedding, if not before.
Is it true that you declined to be a bridesmaid?
Yes, on the grounds that I'm so much taller than the others. The truth is, I have attended too many brides to the altar.
And whose fault is that?
It's rather consoling to know that dear Jack may be secure at last.
I only hope the Van Osbergs have tied the money up so that Jack can't get his hands on it.
I know Cousin Jack better than you do, Judy, and I'm quite sure he wouldn't marry Gwen Van Osberg without making sure of his portion. Besides, if Gwen really loves him, why shouldn't she share her fortune? There will be certainly enough for both of them.
Enough for what Gwen calls comfortable. I hope she may never see through him.
When Jack isn't hard up, he can be very charming, you know.
I grant you his charm. It runs in your family. But he makes more use of it than you do.
The Van Osberg marriage had been described in advance as a simple country wedding. In the event, the church was packed with fashion and festooned with orchids. The guests had been conveyed in special trains, and representatives of the press threaded their way among the rich and great. As Lily later made her way through the reception room, she caught sight of Percy Gryce, and her mood was buoyant enough to make her feel confident of winning him back to her side. A glimpse of Selden's dark head slightly disturbed her complacency. She turned away and met the gaze of her friend Gertrude Farish.
Lily, dear, I never saw you look so lovely.
Thank you, Gertie. How lovely everything is.
Yes, indeed. I always say no one does things better than Cousin Gryce.
Shall we make our way to the buffet table? Weddings always make me feel hungry.
Everything looks absolutely delicious. I made up my mind weeks ago that I wouldn't miss this wedding.
But Gertie, why on earth should you miss it? After all, it's a family affair.
Well, I don't fit in with grandeur.
You're too modest. Please don't spend all your energies in philanthropy and symphony concerts. You are entitled to other pleasures.
Well, it all fell out so delightfully because of Cousin Lawrence.
Lawrence Selden?
Yes. You see, when Lawrence heard I was coming here, he insisted on fetching me himself and driving me to the station. When we go back this evening, I'm going to dine with him at Sherry's.
How very nice.
I really feel as excited as if I were getting married myself.
Do have some of this lobster mousse with champagne sauce. It's quite delicious and so very light. It won't interfere with your dinner at Sherry's.
Well, just a little. If you don't think it'll go to my head.
Do you see him often? Lawrence, I mean?
He's very good about dropping in on Sundays. Now and then we do a play together.
He sounds a very good cousin. Not at all like my cousin Jack.
This wedding brings us closer together, Lily. Your cousin marrying my cousin. Isn't it lovely?
Champagne, madam?
Thank you. Won't you have one, Gertie?
No more thanks.
I saw Lawrence in the church. I can't see him now in this crowd.
Well, he's here somewhere. I'm worried about him, Lily. He doesn't look well.
No.
No. He seems nervous and unsettled. I do wish he'd marry some nice girl. I told him so today.
And what did he say to that?
He said he didn't care for really nice girls, and the others didn't care for him. But that was just his joke, of course. He could never marry a girl that wasn't nice.
No, I suppose not.
Do let's go and look at the wedding presents. Or would it bore you?
Of course not. I love looking at beautiful things.
That won't be a problem. Oh, I don't think so.
Lily and her companion moved into the room in which the bride's presents were displayed, and Lily's heart gave an envious throb as she caught the reflection of light from the milky gleam of perfectly matched pearls, the flash of rubies, the intense blue rays of sapphires, kindled into light by surrounding diamonds.
Oh, my dear. Did you ever see such pearls?
They're very beautiful.
But look at this diamond pendant. It's as big as a dinner plate. Who can have given it?
Obviously someone very rich. I expect the name is on the card.
Yes, of course. Here it is. Mr. Simon Rosedale. What? That horrid man?
By Jove, Lily, you do look astonished.
We've been admiring the presents. Oh, don't go, Gertrude.
Oh, never mind about her. Have you made up your mind which of these little trinkets you mean to duplicate at Tiffany's tomorrow? I've got a check for you in my pocket. It will go a long way in that line.
Another dividend?
Well, not exactly. I sold out on the rise. I pulled out 4 thou for you. Not so bad for a beginner, huh?
Don't talk so loudly, Gus.
Yeah, I suppose you'll begin to think you're a pretty knowing speculator. Perhaps you won't think poor old Gus such an awful ass as some people do.
I think you're the kindest of friends, but I can't thank you properly now.
Oh, hang thanking me. I don't want to be thanked. I should like the chance to say a word to you now and then. I thought you were going to spend the whole autumn with us up at Bellamont. I've hardly set eyes on you for the last month. Why can't you come back to Bellamont this evening? We're all alone. Judy is as cross as 2 sticks. Do come and cheer a fellow up.
I wish I could, but it's quite impossible.
Why? I'll run you over in the motor. You can telephone your maid to bring your traps from town by the next train.
I'm sorry, Gus, but my aunt has come to town, and I must be with her for the next few days.
Don't understand you. Since we became such friends, I've seen a good deal less of you than I did when you were Judy's friend.
Judy's friend? Am I not still her friend? Really, you say the most absurd things. If I were always at Bellamont, you'd soon tire of me.
Now it's you that's absurd.
Come and see me at my aunt's the next afternoon you're in town. Then we can have a nice quiet talk, and you can tell me how to invest my fortune.
Damn your aunt.
Really, Gus?
Oh, sorry, I'll go. You're just so hard on a fella. Besides, I don't know that I can promise a fresh tip every day.
Never mind about that. Of course I shall be glad to see you anyway.
There's one thing you can do for me.
What's that?
Well, it's quite a small thing. Just be a little civil to Rosedale.
Rosedale?
Judy has promised to have him dine when we come to town, but I can't induce her to have him up at Bellamont.
I can understand that.
He admires her enormously. If you would just let me bring him up now, it would make such a lot of difference. I don't believe 2 women have spoken to him this afternoon. And I can tell you he's a chap it pays to be decent to.
Oh, bring him up by all means. Perhaps I can get a tip out of him on my own account.
Yeah, I say, I mean to say, please remember, he's a blooming bounder.
It's very hot in here. I think I'll go out onto the terrace.
5,000 shares into
Miss Bart.
Mr. Selden. Oh, it was so hot indoors.
This is luck. I hoped I'd be able to have a word with you before the special snatches us away. I came with Gertrude.
Yes, she told me.
I promised not to let her miss the train, but I'm sure she's still extracting sentimental solace from the wedding presents.
You mustn't let her linger too long over them.
Lily, that last afternoon at Bellamont...
Yes?
I thought you'd given me the slip.
I told you I was coming out on the terrace.
Yeah, Rosedale and I have been hunting all over for you. Oh, hello, Selden.
Mr. Selden and I have just had a stroll in the cooler air.
How delightful you look, Miss Bart. Upon my word, I never saw a more ripping outfit. Don't you agree, Selden? Is that the latest creation of the dressmaker you go to see at the Benedict? If so, I wonder all the other women don't go to it too.
It's getting late. I must go and say goodbye to our hostess. Goodbye, Mr. Selden.
Gus Trenor had turned away, and as Lily followed him indoors, with Rosedale strutting at her side, she sensed Selden's surprise that she should number Rosedale among her acquaintances. And yet, under her anger at the perverseness of things, she did not mean to leave without discovering the truth about Percy Gryce.
Shall we look for our hostess, Mr. Rosedale?
Go on.
People are beginning to leave. Oh, there you are, Gus. Have you seen Mrs. Van Osburgh? I've hardly had a word with her all afternoon.
I can see her. She's coming this way now.
Dear Mrs. Van Osburgh.
Oh, Lily, dear.
What a wonderful wedding. You must be quite exhausted. But it has been truly lovely.
Oh, Lily, I'm sorry I haven't had time for a word.
I'm not surprised. You could hardly have time for conversation with anyone. But you must be very proud of your efforts.
Oh, I do think it went rather well.
You're too modest. It was absolutely splendid.
By the way, dear, have you seen Evie?
Not since the ceremony.
I know she was looking for you. She wanted to tell you her little secret. But I dare say you've guessed it already.
Her secret?
We're all so excited. It's about her engagement.
Really?
It's not to be announced till next week. But you're such a friend of Mr. Gryce's that they both wish you to be among the first to know of their happiness.
The train journey back to town was not calculated to soothe Lily's nerves. Though Evie Van Osburgh's engagement was still officially a secret, it was one of which the many intimate friends of the family were already possessed. The group in the train buzzed with allusions, and Lily was aware of her own part in the drama of innuendo, and she was beginning to feel the strain by the time she reached her aunt's house. She was met at the door by the smell of furniture polish, and on the way up to her room a woman cleaning the staircase barred her way. A woman whose rude stare stirred in her an unpleasant memory. Later that evening a parlour-maid announced that a Mrs. Haffon was asking to see Miss Bart.
You asked to see me? What do you wish to say to me?
I have something that you might like to see, Miss Bart.
You have found something belonging to me?
Well, if it comes to that, I guess it's mine as much as anybody's.
I don't understand. If it's not something of mine, why are you here?
My husband was janitor at the Benedict till the 1st of the month.
The Benedict?
Since then, he can't find nothing to do. It wasn't no fault of ours, neither. The agent had another man he wanted the place for, and we was put out bag and baggage just to suit his fancy.
Do you want me to ask my aunt, Mrs. Penniston, to help you?
He had a long sickness last winter and an operation. That ate up all we had put by. It's hard for me and the children. Haven't been so long out of work, I mean.
Mrs. Haffon, what is it you want of me? I'm sorry you've been in trouble, but...
Oh, yeah, that we have, miss, and it's only just beginning.
If you would just explain.
Yeah, miss, I'm coming to that. Can I sit down?
Yes, of course.
When we was at the Benedict, I had charge of some of the gentlemen's rooms.
Well?
Leastways, I swept them out on Saturdays. Their waste paper baskets would be fairly brimming over. Papers falling on the floor. Some of them is worse than others.
How does this concern me?
Mr. Selden now, Mr. Lawrence Selden. Well, he was always one of the carefulest. Burnt his letters in winter and tore them into little bits in the summer. Ever such a nice gentleman he is.
Mrs. Haffon, please.
Well, sometimes he'd have so many, he'd just bunch them together and tear the whole lot through. Just once. Like this, Miss Bart.
As Mrs. Haffon spoke, she loosened the string from the parcel in her hand and laid a letter on the table. It had been torn in two, and she laid the edges together and smoothed out the page. The letter was short, and the few words which leapt into Lily's brain before she was conscious of reading them told a history of importuning. She stared at the pages, completely puzzled. She understood only that the letter was written by Bertha Dorset, presumably to Lawrence Selden.
I know nothing of these letters. I have no idea why I've brought them here.
I will tell you why, miss. I brought them to you to sell.
To sell to me? But why?
Because I ain't got no other way of getting money. And if we don't pay our rent by tomorrow night, we'll be put out. Never done anything of this kind before. And if you'd speak to Mr. Selden or Mr. Rosedale about getting Hafen taken on again at the Benedict, seeing you talking to Mr. Rosedale on the steps that day you came out of Mr. Selden's rooms.
What do you wish me to pay you?
$500 should see us through.
I have no intention of paying you such a sum.
We need money to tide us over till Hafen gets an opening. And then there's the children.
I'll give you $250.
I guess they're worth more to you than to me, miss, but the poor has got to live as well as the rich.
I have offered all that I am willing to give for the letters. You are engaged in a dangerous traffic, and I might find other ways of getting them.
I am a Christian woman, miss. I have never been mixed up in such a business before. All me and Hafen was thinking was that you wouldn't like the letters to go no further.
Lily suddenly understood. Mrs. Hafen supposed her to be the writer of the letters. She could not remember afterwards how long the duel lasted, nor what was the decisive stroke which put her in possession of the letters. Bertha Dorset's letters were nothing to her, but Lawrence Selden was inextricably involved in their fate. Therefore, she must obtain possession of them. She regarded it as her duty to destroy them, as Selden himself had obviously intended to. Unfortunately, Mrs. Peniston's grate was never lit, except when there was company, and Lily was about to carry the packet of letters up to her room when her aunt entered the drawing-room.
I saw a streak of light as I drove up. It's quite extraordinary that I can never teach that woman to draw the curtains evenly. There. That's better, isn't it?
Yes, Aunt.
My dear, you look tired.
Yes, I am tired.
I expect it's the excitement of the wedding. Cornelia Van Alstyne was full of it. Molly, that nice daughter of hers, was there, and Gertrude Farish ran in for a minute to tell us about it. I do think it was odd they're serving melon before the consommé. A wedding breakfast should always begin with consommé. Molly didn't care for the bridesmaids' dresses. What did you think of them?
I'm sorry, Aunt. I can't quite remember.
Really, Lily, I don't know why you took the trouble to go to the wedding if you don't remember anything about it. Molly Van Alstyne reminds me of myself at her age. She was able to tell her mother exactly how the wedding dress was cut, and we knew at once from the fold in the back that it must have come from Paquin.
Yes, I believe it did.
Did you speak to Mrs. Dorset?
To Bertha? No, I saw her in the distance, but there were a great many people, Aunt.
Molly said she was the best-dressed woman at the wedding. It seems she was in tremendous spirits and said that she had made the match between Evie Van Osburgh and Percy Gryce. Of course, Grace is in a seventh heaven. She had almost despaired of marrying Evie off.
I'm not surprised.
That's rather unkind, but no doubt you feel a little sore.
What do you mean?
It seems there was quite a lot of talk when you and Gryce stayed with the Trenors at Bellamont. Alice Wetherell told Cornelia that she was quite sure there was an engagement. Though, of course, you never mentioned such a thing to me.
People talk a lot of nonsense, Aunt. You know that.
Well, Alice Wetherell said that when Mr. Gryce left unexpectedly one morning, they all thought he'd rushed to town to buy the ring.
I really am tired, Aunt. I think I'll go to bed.
Very well, dear.
Good night.
I still think it was quite extraordinary to serve melon before the consommé.
It was very good melon, Aunt.
My dear Lily, that is not the point.
It had been Lily's intention to destroy the letters, but when the morning came she remembered that she had not done so, and with the memory of her aunt's corrosive words and the vision of Bertha Dorset holding her up to ridicule among their circle, her spirits were at a low ebb. She rose from her bed, and, not pausing to analyze her own motives, she tied and sealed the packet and deposited it in her dispatch box. It struck her with a flash of irony that she was indebted to Gus Trenor for the means of buying off a woman who was virtually a blackmailer, and she decided to spend the rest of the money in more pleasant ways.
Very tempting.
Oh, I know your taste, Miss Bart. And it's just the sort of case a lady like yourself would find very useful.
Yes, I know. Perhaps you could serve someone else while I make up my mind.
Lily!
Oh, Gertie!
How nice to see you.
You've arrived just in time. Thank you for all your trouble. I'll come in again soon.
What did you mean about my arriving just in time?
I might have done something very stupid.
In what way stupid?
In a way that you never could be. But what are you doing here? Not on one of your errands of mercy, surely.
I've just been to a committee meeting in connection with one of my charities, and as I happened to be passing, I brought my watch in to have it repaired.
I felt sure you must be doing something practical.
Oh, don't tease me, Lily. You can't imagine how dejected I feel.
You dejected? Oh, poor Gertie. Tell me what's upset you. Can I help in any way?
This charity, in which I'm specially interested, provides lodgings with a reading room and a few other comforts where young women in downtown offices may find a home when out of work.
Yes, I remember. You told me about it. Oh. It seems such a good idea.
It is a good idea. Believe me, Lily, it is. But I was shocked this morning, absolutely shocked. It seems there's practically no money left.
So what will happen?
Oh, the rest of the committee members seem to think we should have to abandon the scheme.
Oh, how dreadful. After all your year's work.
Yes, it's very sad. But people just don't seem to be interested, so what can we do?
Perhaps if you spend a little money on publicity.
Publicity is very expensive, Lily.
You must let me help you with that at least. Look, take this for the moment, and I'll try and let you have some more later on.
Lily, dear, are you sure you can spare it? I know you have difficulties of your own.
Do you remember I said you'd arrive just in time? Well, you helped me resist a temptation, and I'm glad I did. I rarely resist temptation.
You always underestimate yourself.
I don't think so. But I believe I resisted it today just in order to be able to help now.
How generous you are, Lily.
Lily left the shop feeling unusually virtuous. She had denied herself the purchase of an elegant dressing case and had earned the gratitude of her friend. She had sometimes been bored by Gertrude's philanthropic pursuits, but the satisfaction she now felt made her wonder whether this was the spur which sustained Gertrude in her care for others. Later that day she received an invitation from Carrie Fisher to spend Thanksgiving week in the Adirondacks, which she accepted with enthusiasm. What could be better than an escape from her aunt's house and the attentions of Gus Trenor?
I'm very glad you had that week in the country, Lily. It seems to have done you a world of good. You look very much better than you did.
I feel much better, Aunt. I really enjoyed the fresh air and the exercise.
But who are these people, the Wellington Brys? I thought the invitation came from Mrs. Carrie Fisher.
Yes, it did. It's a little complicated, you see. Mrs. Bry was our hostess, but Carrie organized the arrangements. She's experienced in this way, and I suspect that she invited most of the guests.
It sounds a peculiar arrangement. What is wrong with these Wellington Brys? Are they employing Carrie Fisher?
Well, not exactly. Mrs. Bry is socially ambitious, and I understand she's given Carrie a free hand. She's more or less launching her.
I don't think I like you being a party to that sort of thing, Lily. The wrong people are getting into society these days.
Everything was very well done. Carrie believes that the best entree into society is a good cook, and she has certainly found Mrs. Bry a splendid one.
But why couldn't this Mrs. Bry have invited her own guests?
The truth is, the people she wanted might not have come.
Including you, perhaps.
Perhaps.
There was a time when you were cautious about accepting invitations from Carrie Fisher.
Times have changed, Aunt.
Well, I advise you to be careful.
Mr. Wellington Bry is very well known on the stock exchange and in sporting circles.
Sporting circles. It has a dubious sound. By the way, who is Mr. Rosedale?
Mr. Rosedale? Why do you ask? What do you know of Mr. Rosedale?
Only that a Mr. Rosedale called while you were away. Who is he?
Did he leave a message?
Simply that he would call again. Who is he?
He's a friend of Cousin Jack's. He was at Jack's wedding.
Is he also in sporting circles?
Yes, Aunt, I believe he is. Jack says he's going to be very important someday.
Coming from Jack, that means he's rich.
Yes, I'm told he is. Jack says he is.
No doubt important on the stock exchange, too.
I expect so. Does it matter, Aunt?
I feel you are mixing with some dangerous people, Lily.
A few days later, Mr. Rosedale called. He came late, at the confidential hour when the tea-table still lingers by the fire, and his manner was vaguely intimate. Lily, who suspected that he was somehow connected with her lucky speculations, tried to make him welcome, but there was something in his geniality which chilled her own.
How do you take your tea, Mr. Rosedale? Milk and sugar?
Milk, please, and no sugar. What a delightful room this is. Thank you. The reason I called today, Miss Bart, was to ask you to join my party on the opening night of the opera.
Oh, how kind.
Mrs. Fisher is coming, and I've secured a tremendous admirer of yours who'll never forgive me if you don't accept.
I don't understand you.
Gus Trenor has promised to come to town on purpose for it. I fancy he'd go a good deal further for the pleasure of seeing you.
The Trenors are my best friends, Mr. Rosedale. I think we should all go a long way to see each other. Some more tea?
I wasn't thinking of Mrs. Trenor at the moment, Miss Bart. They say Gus doesn't always, you know.
Will you have some more tea?
No, thank you. How's your luck going on Wall Street, by the way? I hear that Gus pulled off a nice little pile for you last month.
Oh, yes. I had a little money to invest, and Mr. Trenor, who helps me with such matters, advised my putting it in stocks instead of a mortgage, as my aunt's agent wanted me to do. As it happens, I made a lucky turn. Isn't that what you call it? You make a great many lucky turns yourself, I believe.
I see Gus has been talking. Or perhaps your cousin, Jack Stepney?
A great many people talk about you, Mr. Rosedale.
Miss Bart, you haven't said yes or no to my invitation for the first night of the opera.
Thank you very much. I shall be happy to join your party. And I hope very much that Mrs. Trenor will be there. I haven't been to Bellamont for some time, as my aunt needed me here.
Well, we shall see. Thank you for receiving me, and I'm delighted you can be with us.
Rosedale left Lily to a passion of disgust and fear. It seemed incredible that Trenor should have spoken of her to Rosedale, but she recalled that Judy had confided to her that there were convivial moments when Gus talked foolishly. She had not seen Trenor since the day of the Van Osburgh wedding, and in his continued absence the memory of Rosedale's words was gradually effaced. And when the night of the opera came, the sight of someone of her own set in the Rosedale box was pleasantly reassuring.
I think you know most of my guests, Miss Bart.
Yes, indeed.
Lily, dear, isn't this nice? The Wellington Brides have been asking after you. You must visit them again soon. They were so delighted to meet you.
It was a very pleasant week, Carrie. Oh, hello, Gus. Is Judy not with you? I did so hope she'd be here.
Look here, Lily. How is a fellow ever to see anything of you? I'm in town 2 or 3 days in the week. You know a line to the club will always find me. You don't seem to remember my existence nowadays unless you want a tip out of me.
I'm very much flattered that you should want to see me, Gus. But unless you have forgotten my address, it would have been easy to find me any afternoon at my aunt's. In fact, I rather expected you to look me up there.
I ain't going to your aunt's and listening to a lot of chaps fussing over you.
Lower your voice, Gus.
You know damn well I'm not the kind to sit in a crowd and jaw. I'd always rather clear out when that sort of circus is going on.
Gus, do you think this is quite the time?
The plain English of it is that now you've got what you wanted out of me, you'd rather have any other fellow around.
Don't be foolish, Gus. Look, if you really want to see me alone, why shouldn't we take a walk in the park one afternoon? If you like, I'll meet you there, and we'll go and feed the squirrels. and you shall take me out onto the lake in the steam gondola. What do you say?
All right, then. Will you come tomorrow? Tomorrow at 3 o'clock? I'll meet you at the end of the mall. You won't go back on me, Lily?
Of course not.
Oh, hang it all. Here comes that fellow Dorset. You're welcome to him. I'm off.
Why don't you stay and talk to us both?
He won't want me around. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, Lily, this is nice.
Is Bertha here?
Yes, she's here. In fact, I came over to say that she wants you to come over to our place next Sunday.
Oh.
Well, do, for heaven's sake, say yes. She's got a lot of bores coming, intellectual ones, I mean. That's her new line, you know, and I'm not sure it ain't worse than the music. That silly-ass Silverton writes poetry, you know, and he and Bertha are getting tremendously thick. But if you'll come, I shan't mind about the rest of it.
The gist of this strange communication gave Lily a distinct thrill of pleasure. At another time there would have been nothing surprising in an invitation from Bertha Dorset. But since the Bellamont incident, an unavowed hostility had kept the two women apart. Now Lily found that her anger had died out. If she had destroyed Bertha's letters to Selden, she might have continued to hate her. But the fact that they remained in her possession seemed to have dispelled her resentment. She smilingly accepted the invitation, seeing in the renewal of the tie an escape from Trenor's importunities.
Well, did you enjoy the opera, Lily?
Very much, Aunt.
Who were the guests in Mr. Rosedale's box? Were they the right sort?
I'm not quite sure I know what you mean by the right sort.
You know perfectly well what I mean.
Well, Carrie Fisher was there, for one.
Carrie Fisher goes everywhere. That means nothing. Is she launching Mr. Rosedale as well as the Wellington bride?
I think Mr. Rosedale can manage quite well on his own.
So, you are reconciled to Mr. Rosedale's presence in society?
Gus Trenor was in the party.
And Mrs. Trenor?
No. Judy hardly ever comes to town, as you know. I was sorry not to see her.
Perhaps she doesn't accept Mr. Rosedale.
Gus tells me she is prepared to invite him to dine when they're in town.
But she won't have him at Bellamont.
No. It seems there's a difference.
Of course there is a difference. What about the Dorsets?
The Dorsets were there, though not in the Rosedale box. George came over to speak to me in the interval.
You mean you didn't speak to Mrs. Dorset?
They were at the other side of the opera house, Aunt. But George came over to bring an invitation from Bertha to their place next weekend.
Some more coffee, dear?
Yes, please, Aunt. It's quite delicious.
It's a new blend I'm trying. I'm glad you like it. So you'll be at the Dorsets next weekend?
I think it's only for a day, Aunt. Probably the Sunday.
Oh, well, no doubt Grace Stepney will come and sit with me.
No doubt.
Would you prefer that I sit here alone?
Of course not, Aunt.
By the way, you know that Jack Stepney and his bride will be back from their honeymoon next week.
Yes, I believe so.
I've been thinking about it, and it seems to me that it might be an appropriate gesture if I were to give a dinner party for them. After all, they are family.
That's true, Aunt.
You know how much I dislike these affairs, Lily. They make me quite ill, and I should appreciate your help with the guest list.
Dear Aunt, of course I'll help. Now, how many guests do you think your table will take?
Well, let's count those that we must ask. Jack and Gwen, Mr. and Mrs. Van Osberg, Evie and Percy Gryce. After all, they are engaged. My old friend Mrs. Gryce, you and myself, and as she's family, I thought in this case we ought to have Grace Stepney.
Grace Stepney? Good heavens, Aunt, surely you're not serious. You're having a wedding celebration. It's quite an occasion. And you propose asking a frump like Grace Stepney?
She is Jack's aunt.
But Jack can't stand her, and you know she disapproves of him. In any case, you'll have too many women, which is death to a dinner party.
You make it all sound very difficult.
It's not really difficult, Aunt. It's simply a question of suitability.
I don't know how I shall tell Grace that she's not to be included.
You mean you've asked her already?
I did just mention the possibility.
So now you'll just have to mention the impossibility. Grace Stepney can come any time. She practically lives here. I don't mind standing down myself, if it's any help.
Lily, dear, don't desert me, please.
All right, Aunt. But we must think of at least 2 more men.
I hope you're not going to suggest Mr. Rosedale.
Certainly not. But it would probably please Jack. You remember I told you he was at the wedding, and he gave them a most spectacular present.
Fortunately, I don't have to worry about that, as I've never met the man. Will you fix a day, Lily, and send out the invitations? Perhaps you would like to ask the Trenors. They were at the wedding, weren't they?
I'll think about it, Aunt. Yes, Gus was at the wedding, but I don't think Judy was. It would be nice to see her again.
Ask them, then. If Judy doesn't want to come to town, would he come alone?
Gus is very dull on his own. I don't think we should have him without Judy.
Well, do what you think best, Lily. As for me, I don't know how I'm going to face Grace Stepney.
As Mrs. Penniston had admitted to Lily, she had imprudently suggested to her cousin Grace Stepney that, as the dinner was to be a family affair, she might be included in it. For a week, the prospect had lit up Grace's colourless existence. Then Mrs. Penniston had made it clear that it would be more convenient to have her another day. Grace was well aware that she had Lily to thank for this, and dull resentment was turned to active animosity, an animosity which prompted her to speak unwisely to her cousin Julia on her next visit.
Gus Trenor? My dear Grace, do you know what you are saying? Lily and Gus Trenor? It's unthinkable. How dare you?
Oh, dear Cousin Julia, of course, I don't mean
I don't know what you do mean. Such things were never heard of in my day. And my own niece. I don't understand you, Grace. Do people say he's in love with her?
Oh, you know, people always say unpleasant things. And the fact is, they are a great deal together. A friend of mine met them the other afternoon in the park. Quite late.
How late?
Well, after the lamps were lit. It's a pity Lily makes herself so conspicuous.
Conspicuous? What sort of things do they say? Tell me, Grace. Is it that he means to get a divorce and marry her?
Oh, dear me, no. Oh, no, he would never do that. It's a flirtation, nothing more.
A flirtation? Between my niece and a married man? Do you mean to tell me that with Lily's looks and advantages she can find no better use for her time than to waste it on a fat, stupid man who is almost old enough to be her father?
That's the worst of it, cousin. People say she isn't wasting her time. Everyone knows, as you say, that Lily is too handsome and charming to devote herself to a man like Gus Trenor, unless... Well...
Unless what exactly?
Unless there are material advantages to be gained by making herself agreeable to him.
Grace Stepney, if you take pleasure in annoying me by mysterious insinuations, you might have chosen a more suitable time than just as I am recovering from the strain of giving a large dinner party.
I don't know why I should be accused of taking pleasures in telling you about Lily. I was sure I wouldn't get any thanks for it, but I have some family feeling left. And as you are the only person who has any authority over her, I thought you ought to know what is being said.
Very considerate of you. But what I complain of is that you haven't told me yet what is being said.
I didn't suppose I should have to put it so plainly. People say Gus Trenor pays her bills.
Pays her bills? Her bills? Oh, my dear Grace, I can't imagine where you have picked up such rubbish.
It isn't.
It may interest you to know that Lily has her own income, and I provide for her very handsomely.
Oh, we all know that. But Lily wears a great many smart gowns.
I like her to be well dressed. It's only suitable. But perhaps you don't understand.
And then there are her gambling debts besides.
Gambling debts? Lily? Have you gone out of your mind? What do you mean by her gambling debts?
Simply that if one plays cards for money in Lily's set, one is liable to lose a great deal. And I don't suppose Lily always wins.
Who told you that my niece plays cards for money?
Mercy, Cousin Julia! Don't look at me as if I were trying to put you against her.
I must say it looks very much like it.
Well, everybody knows that she is crazy about bridge.
Mrs. Gryce told me herself that it was her gambling that frightened Percy. It seems he was really taken with her at first, but of course among Lily's friends it's quite the custom for girls to play for money. In fact, people are inclined to excuse her on that account.
Excuse her? Excuse her for what, may I ask?
For being hard up, of course, and accepting attentions from men like Gus Trenor and George Dorset.
George Dorset? Is there anyone else? I should like to know the worst, if you please.
Oh, don't put it that way, cousin. Lately Lily has been a good deal with the Dorsets.
They are old friends.
Well, of course they are. And George seems to admire her. But that's only natural.
You have been doing your best to make it seem most unnatural.
Well, I'm sure there's no truth in the horrid things people say.
That's hardly the impression you gave me, Grace.
But, Cousin Julia, don't you realize that Lily has been spending a great deal of money this winter? Evie Van Osberg was at Celeste's ordering her trousseau the other day.
Is the wedding date fixed, then?
Yes, it takes place next month. The invitations are about to go out. But Evie told me that Celeste showed her the most exquisite things she was just sending home to Lily.
Very indiscreet of Celeste.
And people say that Judy Trenor has quarrelled with her on account of Gus.
I don't think I can stand any more, Grace. I think I shall have to lie down.
Well, Cousin Julia, I'm sorry I spoke, though I only meant it as a kindness.
Thank you, Grace. Your kindness is touching.
Mrs. Peniston's genuine incredulity enabled her to dismiss Grace Stepney with disdain, but her visitor's insinuations did not glide off as quickly as she expected. However, to broach the subject to Lily might provoke a scene, and a scene was something Mrs. Peniston would go to great lengths to avoid. For the time being, then, she said nothing, and Lily remained ignorant of the hate in Grace Stepney's heart. Lily had not imagined that the fact of letting Gus Trenor make a little money for her would ever disturb her complacency. But Judy Trenor had not renewed her invitation to Bellamont, and when they met in town, Lily fancied there was a certain coolness in her manner. To set her mind at rest, Lily proposed herself for a weekend. Judy received her amicably, and Lily sought every pretext to avoid the attentions of Gus. But Judy seemed engrossed with the cares of a large party, and Lily returned to town conscious of having failed in the purpose which had taken her to Bellamont.
I'm sorry to see you in such low spirits, Lily. You usually enjoy your visits to Bellamont. Was this one not to your taste?
It was rather too large a party, I think, and I saw very little of Judy, which disappointed me.
You haven't quarrelled with her, I hope.
Of course I haven't quarrelled with her. What on earth makes you suggest such a thing? You know Judy is my dearest friend.
Sometimes I think you're a little spoilt, my dear. You have a continual round of parties, but you never seem satisfied. I'm sorry I can't entertain in the way your parents did, but it has never been my lifestyle, as you know.
Dear Aunt Julia, you've been very kind to me. What would I have done without you when my mother died? But I do feel sometimes that it's a pity I wasn't trained for something, so that I could do work of some sort.
You could help the poor, like your friend Gertrude Farish.
I'm not cut out for good works, Aunt. Besides, I'd like to earn some money so that I could be independent.
I hope you don't think I grudge what I give you, Lily.
Of course not, Aunt. And I'm grateful.
Well, I hope you'll let me know if you think there's anything more I can do.
Yes, of course.
Will you be in for luncheon?
Yes. Carrie Fisher is coming in this afternoon to discuss one of her projects.
Yet another project. What is it this time?
She says in the letter I had this morning that it's what she calls an entertainment.
An entertainment? And what may that mean?
Well, it seems the Wellington Bryes have decided to make a bold move into society and have again put themselves in Carrie's hands. Carrie believes that tableaux vivants and good music are the bait to attract the sort of people they want to know.
From what you have told me, the Wellington Bryes don't exactly sound intellectual.
No, but they're intelligent and, of course, ambitious.
And in what way are you involved in this entertainment?
You know how clever Carrie is. She has persuaded a number of fashionable women to pose as characters in famous paintings. And I gather she has persuaded Paul Morpeth, the portrait painter, to organize the whole thing.
So, not content with finding a chef for the Bryes, she is now procuring them a portrait painter.
Well, there's nothing wrong in it, is there, Aunt?
I still don't understand your part in this.
I am to represent one of the portraits. Mr. Morpeth thinks I should be suitable for one of Reynolds' ladies. Carrie tells me she is to be a Goya, and one of the Van Alstyne girls will pose as a Van Dyck. Mr. Morpeth is very clever in choosing the right person, and of course he is supervising all the costumes. It should be very interesting.
It sounds very expensive.
Yes, it will be expensive. There are the musicians to be paid, and of course there is sure to be a wonderful supper. But the Wellington Bryes can afford it.
So, money is what matters. That is what society has come to.
It will all be done with great taste.
My dear, I wish you wouldn't mix with these people.
I know they must sound strange to you, Aunt, but the people you approve of give such very boring parties.
I'm sorry you find them boring. However, I suspect that Mrs. Fisher may find that her invitations to this entertainment may be declined by the very people she particularly wants to attract.
I think you're wrong, Aunt.
Mrs. Penniston was wrong. Society succumbed to the temptation of the Wellington Bryes invitation, and the protesting minority was forgotten in the throng who came, among whom was Lawrence Selden. He enjoyed spectacular effects, and he believed Carrie Fisher would not let the Bryes spend their money in a dull way. The fact that Lily Bart was involved was not without its effect.
Are you quite comfortable, Gertie? Can you see the stage from here?
Oh, yes, it's perfect. Wasn't it dear of Lily to get me an invitation? Oh, do look at Bertha Dorset's pearls. I should think the smallest one would pay the rent of our girls' club for a year.
Shall I go and ask her for one?
As a matter of fact, I ought not to complain today.
What has happened today?
Some people have been wonderfully kind. And you know Lily has given me $300. Wasn't it splendid of her? And she's collected some money from her rich friends. Mrs. Wellington Bry gave us $500, and Mr. Rosedale $1,000.
Rosedale? Dear Gertie, you must be mistaken.
I know. I wish Lily were not so nice to him. But she says it's no use being rude to him because he doesn't see the difference.
Well, if he's helped out with your club, I'm glad for your sake.
Lily has been splendid about approaching these people she knows. It can't be easy. But she's been to the club with me and seen how we need money. And she sat and talked and laughed with them and seemed to enjoy it as much as they did.
You think the best of everyone, Gertie, but perhaps she did.
Oh, I'm sure she did. And the girls have all been asking when she's coming back.
Ah, I think they're beginning.
Gertie's confidences were cut short by the parting of the curtains on the first tableau, a group of nymphs in the pastures of Botticelli's Spring. This was followed by a brilliantly contrived sequence of tableaux based on the works of Goya, Titian, Van Dyck, Kaufmann, and Veronese. After this richness of colour, texture, and architecture, even the least imaginative among the audience responded to the thrill of contrast when the curtains parted to show the Reynolds portrait of Mrs. Lloyd in the person of Lily Bart. The artist had chosen a physical type so like Lily's own that it was as though Lily had stepped into the Reynolds canvas. The simplicity of her pale draperies and the foliage against which she stood revealed a touch of poetry in her beauty which Selden had always recognized. Before the applause had died away, he was at her side. He gave her his arm without speaking and led her out to the cool of the garden.
Oh, shall we sit here? Will you be warm enough without a cloak?
Yes. It was hot with all those lights. Oh, isn't it beautiful here?
Lily, give me your hand. No, don't draw away.
But you stay away from me. You think hard things of me.
God knows I think of you.
Then why do we never see each other? Why can't we be friends? You promised once to help me.
The only way I can help you is by loving you. Dearest Lily, if only...
Oh, love me, yes. Love me, but don't tell me so.
What do you mean?
I must go in.
Are you cold? I'll come with you.
No, don't, please. Don't spoil our moment.
Must it be just a moment? You ask why we never see each other.
You don't seek me out.
I sought you out tonight.
Yes, because you were here. Don't you understand what I mean? I think you do.
Lily, don't go, please.
I must. Good night.
Where are you off to, Lily? What's the matter with Lily?
She felt a trifle chilly out here.
Gad, Selden, what a show of good-looking women.
Yes, indeed.
But not one of them could touch that little cousin of mine. What does beauty like hers want with jewels? I never knew till tonight what an outline Lily has. That fellow Morpeth was deuced clever to leave her to the last.
Your sister looked splendid in the Van Dyke, didn't she?
Gad, yes. Quite an eye-opener. Oh, you're going in?
I must go and make my adieu to our hostess.
So, you're not staying for the supper. You're an Epicurean like me. I've no taste for seeing all these goddesses gobbling terrapin. Well, good night, then. I'm off to my club.
The next morning, Lily woke from happy dreams to find 2 notes on her breakfast tray. One was from Judy Trenor, the other from Lawrence Selden. Judy said she was coming to the townhouse that afternoon and hoped that Lily would dine with her there. Selden's note told her that he was called to a case in Albany, and asked if he might call on her the following day. She was already engaged for dinner at Carrie Fisher's, but she dispatched a telegram to Judy saying that she would be with her at 10 o'clock. To Lawrence, she dispatched a note simply saying, "Come at 4." She felt unusually happy at the prospect of seeing again the 2 people most dear to her.
Ah, come in, my dear.
The house looked so dark, I thought perhaps I'd made a mistake.
Most of the rooms are shut up and shrouded in calico. Oh, come in quickly. It's a dash cold wind.
Thank you, yes. It is cold.
Come through to the back. The den is the only comfortable place in the house.
I'm sorry I couldn't manage dinner. I was engaged to dine at Carrie Fisher's, but I was so anxious to see Judy that I arranged to leave there at 10 o'clock. It's such a long time since I saw her. I had thought she might come to the Wellington Brize last night. You didn't stay for supper, and I hadn't a chance to speak to you.
Stay for supper. When people crowd their rooms so that you can't get near anyone you want to speak to, I'd as soon sup in the elevated in the rush hour. Judy was dead right to stay away. She says life's too short to spend it in breaking in new people.
Well, I was disappointed not to see her, however.
Come now, I'll give you a nip of brandy.
Oh.
I'll put some color in your cheeks. Toast yourself over the fire. Try one of my new Egyptians. Here now. Get this down.
Gus, where is Judy?
Think I'll take another glass to keep you company. Judy, well, you see, Judy's got a devil of a headache. Quite knocked out with it, poor girl. She asked me to explain, make it all right, you know?
Do you mean to say that Judy's not well enough to see me? Doesn't she want me to go upstairs?
Well, no, the fact is she's not well enough to see anybody. It came on suddenly, you know. She asked me to tell you how awfully sorry she was. If she'd known where you were dining, she'd have sent you word.
But she did know where I was dining. I mentioned it in my telegram. But it doesn't matter, of course. If she's so poorly, I suppose she won't go back to Bellamont in the morning, and I can come and see her then. Has she gone to bed? I did warn her I'd have to come late, you know.
Have some more brandy.
I think you've had too much. You haven't answered me about Judy.
Oh, poor Judy. She's quite knocked out with a devil of a headache, as I said.
You mean she doesn't want me to go upstairs to see her? Look, please stop drinking, Gus. Tell Judy I'll come in the morning. Now, I must go. It's late, and I'm rather tired.
Oh, it's the same with you. Last night I couldn't get near you. I went there just to see you.
I'm leaving, Gus. Perhaps you'll call a cab for me.
Damn your fine airs. You can't treat me like this, Lily. You don't even give me 5 minutes.
Gus, I came here to see Judy, as you know. If Judy isn't here, then I shall go home. It's past 11, and I must ask you to ring for a cab.
Supposing I won't ring for one? What will you do then?
I shall go upstairs to Judy if you force me to disturb her.
Go and sit down, please. I have something to say.
If you have anything to say, you must say it another time. I shall go up to Judy if you don't call a cab for me at once.
Go upstairs and welcome, my dear, but you won't find Judy.
What do you mean?
She ain't there, that's what I mean.
Gus, do you mean that Judy is not in the house? Not in town?
Yes, damn you, yes.
You're drunk. I don't believe you. Let me
My
pass.
wife, Judy, is at Bellamont.
I know Judy. If she hadn't come, she would have sent me word.
She did.
I simply don't understand
She
you.
telephoned me this afternoon to let you know.
I received no message.
I didn't send any.
You tricked me. I don't believe it.
Yes, I played a trick on you. But if you think I'm ashamed, you're mistaken. You deserved it. Lord knows I've been patient enough.
I must ask you again to send for a cab.
Now, look here, don't take that high and mighty tone with me. I've hung around and looked like an ass long enough. I can tell fast enough when I'm being made a fool of.
Oh, I shouldn't have thought that.
Nah, you wouldn't have thought it. But you know better now. That's what you're here for tonight. I've been waiting for a quiet time to talk things over. And now I've got it, I mean to make you hear me out.
I don't understand what you want.
I want to know just where you and I stand. Hang it, the man who pays for the dinner is generally allowed to have a seat at the table.
You're disgusting. Horrible.
Disgusting, am I? You've changed your tune, young lady, since the time you asked me to help in increasing your income.
I don't understand what you want of me, but I can't stay here talking to you at this hour.
Yeah, you go to other men's houses fast enough in daylight. Strikes me you're not always so deuced careful of appearances.
If you have tricked me into coming here in order to say insulting things...
Don't talk stage rot. Well, I don't want to insult you, but a man's got his feelings. And you played with mine too long. Of course, I know now what you wanted. And I tell you, Miss Lily, you've got to pay up.
Do you mean that I owe you money?
Oh, I'm not asking for payment in kind. But there's such a thing as fair play and interest on one's money. And hang me if I've had as much as a look from you.
Your money? What have I to do with your money? You advised me how to invest mine. You must have seen I knew nothing about business. You told me it was all right.
Well, it was all right. It is, Lily. You're welcome to all of it and 10 times more. I'm only asking for a word. A word of thanks.
But I have thanked you, Gus. What more have you done than any friend would do?
Don't stare at me like that. I know I'm not talking the way a man is supposed to talk to a girl. Hang it, Lily. You know I'm mad about you. Oh, damn the money. There's plenty more of it, if that bothers you. I'm sorry. I've been a brute, Lily, dear Lily. Just look at me. Give me a hand.
No, don't touch me. I've told you I don't understand, but if I owe you money, you shall be paid.
You'll borrow from Selden or Rosedale and take your chance of fooling them as you fool me.
I am here alone with you. What more have you to say?
Go home. Go away from here. I'm finished. I've done with you.
If you have any respect or concern for my reputation, you will ask your servant to fetch me a hansom.
Very well. There's only the caretaker. Perhaps that will satisfy your respect for the conventions. Oh, Lily, please, you'll not mention this. I mean, Judy thinks I sent you her message.
Do you really think I would hurt your wife, my friend, by letting her know anything of this disgusting incident? And when the cab comes, you will kindly escort me to it.
Lawrence Selden's case in Albany proved simpler than he had expected, and that afternoon he sent a telegram to his cousin Gertrude Farish, asking if he might dine with her that evening. On his return, he found a rapturous note from Gertrude, delighted that she would see him that evening, and Lily's reply about his suggested visit the following day. It was in a happy mood that he set out for his cousin's flat.
That was a delicious dinner, Gertie. You really are an excellent cook.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I hope you'll enjoy my coffee, too.
I know I shall. Your coffee is always good. You know, you're the only person I dine with who does everything herself. The only one I believe who's capable of it.
It's a case of necessity with me, Lawrence. I don't mean to complain when I say that, because I really do enjoy it. Perhaps I'm just naturally domesticated, which most people consider very dull.
I certainly don't. I once told Miss Bart how well you run your flat, and she said she envied you.
Lily? How could Lily ever envy me? Here's your coffee.
Oh, thank you.
I would have invited her here tonight, but she was dining with Mrs. Fisher. You would think that Mrs. Fisher would be quite exhausted after last night.
Oh, she's indefatigable.
In any case, there's hardly room for 3 people at my small table.
You manage splendidly. I don't know a cozier room than yours. You really ought to marry, you know. Don't look so surprised. I'm serious. You'll make someone a very good wife. By the way, I think you said Lily was dining with Carrie Fisher.
Yes, I did. Why?
I believe I had a card from Mrs. Fisher. But of course, I thought I'd still be in Albany. There's usually music afterwards in her house. The Fisher evenings are amusing.
Yes. I believe they are.
I might look in there now.
Now, Lawrence?
Yes, let me see. It's 10:15. Oh, I've kept you up too late, Gertie.
Oh, no, Lawrence, you haven't. Don't say that.
No, you look tired, my dear. I've rambled on and bored you.
Oh, you never bore me, Lawrence.
No? Well, you're very forgiving. I'll be off now. Good night, Gertie, and thank you. I'll see you again soon. Good night.
Gertrude sat quite still for a long time after her cousin had left her. So, he had come to talk to her of Lily. That was all. The joy that for some time had been welling up in her heart dropped to earth and lay still. Selden, picking up a cab to hasten him on his way, was quite unaware of the hurt he had inflicted. He was to see Lily the next day, but he couldn't resist the temptation of seeing her even sooner.
I must congratulate you, Mrs. Fisher, on the table vivant at the Wellington Prize last night. It was beautiful and unusual.
Mrs. Fry was delighted with it, I'm glad to say. What a clever man Poleworth is. And did you ever see anything so lovely as Lily Bart? Wasn't it brilliant of him to leave her to the last?
I thought the whole evening was splendid.
Lily was here this evening, but...
Oh, you mean she's not here now?
No, she had to dash off somewhere. You know how it is with Lily. Oh, hello, Jack, Gwen, hello, dear. We're talking about your beautiful cousin, Lily.
Oh. Well, as you know, I'm no prude.
Oh, we all know that, Jack.
When it comes to a girl standing there as if she was up for auction...
Oh, you didn't know Jack had become our social censor, did you, Mr. Selden?
Hang it all, she's a cousin. The rag town talk was full of her this morning, and I don't like it. She's going too far. I've thought seriously of speaking to Cousin Julia.
The truth is, when a girl's as good-looking as Lily, she'd better marry. Don't you agree, Selden?
I don't understand you, Van Alstyne.
I mean that then no questions are asked. In our society, a young woman cannot assume the privileges of marriage without assuming its obligations.
Well, rumor has it that Lily is about to assume its obligations in the shape of Mr. Rosedale.
Rosedale? Good heavens! Stepney, that's your fault for foisting the brute on us.
Damn it all, don't be a fool. Women in our family don't marry a Rosedale. What would Aunt Julia say to that, eh, Gwen?
In Lily's circumstances, it's a mistake to have too high a standard.
It's amusing how marriage can change people. Now Gwen's the cynic and Jack's the prude.
I hear Rosedale himself has been scared by the talk lately, but the sight of her last night in the tableau sent him off his head. He said to me, "My God, Mrs. Fisher, if I could get Poleworth to paint her like that, the picture would appreciate 100% in 10 years."
That doesn't surprise me. He thinks of everything in terms of money. And he's probably quite right. By the way, Lily's somewhere about, isn't she? I saw her earlier, wanted to congratulate her, but there was such a crowd around her that I gave up.
She ran off while you were mixing the punch downstairs, but I don't know where she was going.
I put her in a cab as I came in. She gave the driver the address of the Trenor's house.
The Trenors? Oh, you must be mistaken. The house is closed. In fact, Judy telephoned me from Bellamont this morning.
Oh, that's odd. But Trenor's there, isn't he? Well, I've no head for figures. I expect I got it wrong.
Yes.
No doubt you did, young man.
You haven't any punch, Mr. Selden.
Actually, Mrs. Fisher, I'm afraid I must go, but thank you very much.
Are you walking, Selden?
Yes.
I'll join you if I may. It's a relief to blow the smoke out of one's head. Now that women have taken to tobacco, we live in a haze of nicotine. Smoke is almost as great a solvent as divorce. Both tend to obscure the moral issue. Interesting, isn't it, to note the change in the Stepney marriage?
Has that any connection with tobacco?
No, none at all, my friend. But talking of divorce brings me to marriage.
About which you and I know very little.
I agree, except by observation. But you must have noticed the change in the Stepneys since their marriage.
I've hardly seen anything of them since the wedding.
Carrie Fisher was right. Jack, of all people, has become censorious, and as for Gwen, that dear, sweet girl...
Yes, Gwen has changed. One would hardly recognize her.
Everything changes, Selden. What about these new architectural developments? Look at that house that Rosedale's bought. Not a bad purchase for him, is it? It attracts attention, a typical rung in the social ladder. By and by, he'll get out of that phase and want something that the crowd will pass and the few pause before. Especially if he marries my cousin Lily. What do you think of that story, by the way?
Utter nonsense.
Well, I hope you're right. I don't see much long-term happiness for her there, though it might solve some immediate problems.
The Wellington Bryes, their house is rather clever of its kind, don't you think?
Yes. What a clever chap that architect is, the way he takes his client's measure. I'm sure Mrs. Bry thinks her house a copy of the Trianon. Now, for the Trenors, he chose the Corinthian. That house is one of his best. I hear that Judy wants to build a new ballroom out of the back. Who was it said she was in town, by the way? But she isn't. Gwen Stepney was right, you see. House is dark. I guess Gus lives at the back when he's on his own.
Probably. Well, I'm off, Van Olstein. I'll leave you to study the architecture.
There's a cab at the door. Wonder who can be leaving at this hour? Well, we'll soon see. There's a light in the porch. Isn't that Trenor? By gad! Selden, do you see who that is?
No. The light is rather poor.
Well, well. Speaking as a member of the family, I know we can both be relied upon to be discreet, and as you say, the avenue is very poorly lit. I say, old man, don't go.
As Selden watched the cab draw away from Trenor's house, his whole world seemed to fall about his ears. Inside the cab, Lily sank back, trembling and feeling sick. She looked out on the passing streets and saw that they were nearing Gertrude's flat. She pushed up the door in the roof and called the address to the driver. Gertie, she thought, might still be awake. As indeed she was. Sleep would not come, and she lay face to face with the fact that she hated Lily Bart. She was brought to her feet by the surprising sound of her front doorbell.
Lily, what has happened? Do you know what time it is?
Gertie, dear, dear Gertie, I had to come. I'm so cold and I couldn't go home.
Of course. Come in, Lily.
I couldn't face going back to my room and lying awake there alone in the dark. But of course you wouldn't know about such things. There's nothing in your life to make the dark dreadful to you.
You make me sound like a plaster saint, Lily.
Oh, you know I don't mean that. I mean, you're so good you wouldn't understand.
Lily, you're overwrought. Come and lie on my bed. I'll fill a hot water bottle.
No, I'll just sit here by the fire. All I want is to feel that you're near me.
It's past midnight, Lily. What about your aunt? What will she think?
Oh, it's all right. She goes to bed early, and I have a latchkey.
Very well, dear. Stay here, but you must tell me what has happened. Believe me, it will help you to speak. Please try, Lily. It'll clear your mind. Now, you were dining at Carrie Fisher's, were you not?
It was Gus Trenor. He tricked me.
Mr. Trenor? Was he dining there? I don't understand.
Well, Judy Trenor wrote to me from Bellamont saying she'd be in their townhouse tonight and asking me to dine with her. I hadn't seen her for so long, so I sent her a telegram saying I'd be with her at 10 o'clock.
But you did dine at Carrie Fisher's. Lawrence Selden went from here to find you.
Lawrence? He went to find me, and I missed him. Oh, Gertie, did he say he was going to find me?
Well, not exactly, but... Oh, Lily, I don't know. Don't ask me.
Gertie, you know him. You understand him. Tell me this. If I went to him, if I told him everything, would he loathe me? Or would he understand and pity me?
Yes. I think I do know him. He will help you.
She saw the impact the name of Selden had upon her friend, who now poured out her miserable story, and finally, to Gertrude's relief, sobbed herself to sleep. But there was little sleep for Gertrude, and in the morning, dressed for her working day, she wakened Lily with a cup of tea.
Lily, dear, I have to go out. Try and drink this.
Where am I? Oh, Gertie, I remember. It's coming back to me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I must have been overtired last night. I think I had a nervous attack in the carriage.
You were not well, Lily. I brought you some tea.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so glad you came here, and I'm sorry I have to go out.
But, Gertie, how am I to get home? And Aunt Julia?
She knows I telephoned early and your maid has brought your things, so you mustn't worry. Would you like something to eat now, before you go out?
No, I couldn't eat anything. What did you say to Aunt Julia?
I said you had felt faint on the way home and that you had taken a carriage to my flat rather than be alone. I tried to set her mind at rest. And, of course, she didn't know till this morning that you hadn't gone home last night.
Lily found her aunt in a state of agitation. She was taking digitalis and had sent for Grace Stepney. Lily dealt with her questions as best she could, explaining that she had had an attack of faintness on her way back from Mrs. Fisher's, and she had stopped the cab at Gertrude's door, that a quiet night had restored her, and she had no need of a doctor. After luncheon, when Grace Stepney had departed, Lily asked for a word with her aunt.
You've had worries? What worries?
I'm sorry to bother you with them, but I believe my faintness was brought on partly by anxious thoughts.
What did you eat? I have never really trusted Carrie Fisher's cook.
I didn't eat much. I can't eat or sleep. I'm worried because I owe some money.
Well, how much money?
I have been foolish.
No doubt you have. In fact, I fail to see how anyone with your income and no expenses, not to mention the handsome presents I've always given you.
Yes, you've been most generous, Aunt. But perhaps you don't quite realize the expenses a girl is put to nowadays.
I paid Celeste's bill for you last October.
I know. You were as kind as possible. But I've had to get a few things since then.
What kind of things? If you owe Celeste another 1,000, you may ask her to send the bill to me. Pass me my digitalis tablets, please.
Yes, of course. Shall I get some water?
No, it's all right. I can swallow them without.
I know I ought to have spoken sooner. But unfortunately, I owe a great deal more than $1,000.
A great deal more? The woman has obviously robbed you.
The debts I speak of, Aunt, are different.
Different? What does that mean?
Well, to tell the truth, I've played cards. Bridge, I mean. Of course, sometimes I've won, but lately I've been unlucky. And the trouble is, such debts can't be paid gradually.
It's true, then. You play cards for money. When I was told so, I wouldn't believe it.
I don't expect you to understand, Aunt Julia, but the women all do it. It's expected.
I won't ask you about the other horrors I was told about. Oh, I've heard enough for the state of my nerves.
You're hard on me, Aunt Julia. I don't particularly care for cards, but one hates to be thought priggish. But if you'll only help me out this time, I promise you...
Please, you need not make any promises. When I offered you a home, I did not undertake to pay your gambling debts.
You mean that you won't help me?
I have said that I will settle with your dressmaker. Beyond that, I recognize no obligation.
But, Aunt Julia, I shall be disgraced.
I consider that you are already disgraced. I must ask you to leave me now. Please draw down the blinds. And tell Jennings I shall be at home to no one this afternoon, except Grace Stepney.
Lily went upstairs to her room, trembling with fear and anger. For some minutes she paced up and down, unable to think clearly because of the throbbing in her head. Suddenly her wild pacing brought her before the clock on the chimney-piece. The hand stood at 3:30, and she remembered that Selden was to come at 4. She sat down and fought for calmness, fluctuating between the impulse to confide in him and the dread of destroying his illusions. In the time left to her, she prepared herself to receive him, and 4 o'clock found her in the drawing-room. But the hour passed, and Selden did not come. A few minutes after 5, the doorbell rang.
Mr. Rosedale.
Right.
How good of you to call. Do sit down. Thank you, Jennings.
Sorry to call a bit late, Miss Bart. But as I was passing this way, I thought I'd come in and congratulate you on your turn at the Wellington Prize affair. Quite a show, wasn't it?
I hardly thought of it in that way, but I believe it was quite a successful evening.
No, it was pretty well done. Of course, there were things here and there. The champagne wasn't quite cold. I would have spent more money on the music. I wouldn't be satisfied to entertain like the Welly Prize. I'd want something that would look more easy, natural, more as if I took it in my stride. And it takes just 2 things to do that, Miss Bart. Money and the right woman to spend it. I've got the money. What I want is the woman, and I mean to have her, too. I generally have got what I wanted in life, Miss Bart. I wanted money, and I got more than I know how to invest.
Yes, I'm told you are very rich.
But now, the money doesn't seem to be of any account unless I can spend it on the right woman. What I want is a woman who'll hold her head higher the more diamonds I put on it. And when I looked at you the other night at the prize, in that plain white dress looking as if you were wearing a crown, I said to myself, by gad, if she had one, she'd wear it as if it grew on her. I should want my wife to be able to take the earth for granted if she wanted it. There's one thing vulgar about money, and that's thinking of it.
I agree with you, Mr. Rosedale.
I guess you know the lady I have in mind.
You would like me to be direct? If you were referring to me, I am, of course, grateful, very much flattered. But I don't know what I have said or done to make you think...
Oh, if you mean you're not dead in love with me, I got sense enough to see that.
I hope so.
But the truth is, I'm confoundedly gone on you. And I'm just giving you a plain business statement of the consequences. You're not very fond of me, yet. But I've watched you. You're fond of luxury, style, and amusement, and not having to worry about cash. Have I got you right?
Up to a point.
You like to have a good time, not to have to settle for it.
You are mistaken, Mr. Rosedale. Whatever I enjoy, I am prepared to settle for.
I didn't mean to give offense. Perhaps I spoke too plainly. But why ain't you straight with me? You know there have been times when you have been bothered. And as a girl gets older...
Please, Mr. Rosedale.
I don't mean it's anywhere near that with you. Of course not. Not yet. But you've had a taste of bothers. What I'm offering you is a chance to turn your back on them, once and for all.
I don't know where you hear such things, Mr. Rosedale.
I might say it's common knowledge.
I hope not. But you are quite right. I have had what you call bothers. It is not always easy to be independent and self-respecting when one is poor and lives among rich people.
Well then, Miss Bart.
I should be selfish and ungrateful if I made that an excuse for accepting all you offer. You must be patient. Give me time to think of your kindness and of what I could give you in return.
I won't press you any more at the moment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rosedale.
Lily held out her hand with a charming gesture, which nevertheless suggested dismissal. Something in Rosedale's prompt acquiescence frightened her. But at least, she thought, he was out of the house without meeting Selden. Looking at the clock, she realized with a pang that it was too late to hope for Selden. All next day she hoped for some word, and after her aunt had retired she sat motionless, trying to think of some explanation. Listlessly she picked up the evening paper which lay at her elbow, and her eye fell on a paragraph which, on first reading, she failed to take in. Mr. Lawrence Selden was among the passengers this afternoon, leaving for Havana and the West Indies on the Windward liner Antilles.
You still look pale, Lily. I trust you're not worse.
No, Aunt. I had rather a bad night, that's all.
I thought I heard the doorbell after I'd gone to bed. You didn't have a late visitor, did you?
No, it was a messenger with a telegram. For me.
What made it so urgent? I hope it wasn't bad news.
No, indeed, Aunt. It was rather good news. It was from Bertha Dorset. She has asked me to join a party on their yacht. They're going on a Mediterranean cruise at the end of the week.
And you have accepted?
Dear Aunt, isn't it the best possible thing? I get away from my debts and you get rid of me.
You will have to meet your debts in the end, Lily.
That's true. But they can't pursue me. Can they? I'm not on a yacht, surely.
It seems all the world is going on a cruise.
Really, Aunt? What do you mean?
Perhaps you didn't notice it in last night's evening paper. Your friend, Mr. Selden, is going to the West Indies.
Yes, I did notice it. And the Wellington Brides are setting out for the Mediterranean.
No doubt under the auspices of Mrs. Fisher.
Perhaps we shall run into each other at one of the ports.
I shall miss you, Lily.
Will you, Aunt? I should be worried if I thought that was true. But I'm sure Grace Stepney will take my place more than adequately.
Yes, in some ways you're right. I would have preferred it to be otherwise, but I hope you will enjoy the cruise.
To Lily, the Dorsets' invitation had come as an almost miraculous release from crushing difficulties. The months at sea had brought a certain peace of mind. The accident of placing the Atlantic between her obligations and herself had made them lose their reality, at least for the time being. For Lawrence Selden, the winter months had not passed so pleasantly, and when a client summoned him to Paris, he decided to spend a week in the South before returning to New York. One morning in mid-April, he stood on the steps of the casino in Monte Carlo, taking in the brilliant scene before him, when a familiar voice spoke his name.
Mr. Selden, how delightful!
Mrs. Fisher.
I had no idea you were in Monte. Oh, you must join us for lunch and tell us where to go. I think you know everyone. Louisa Welly. Just look who's here. I'm sure you remember Mr. Lawrence Selden.
Of course. How are you, Mr. Selden?
Very well, Mrs. Bry. I've just come from Paris.
Oh.
Hello, Stephanie.
Hi.
You and Gwen still on your honeymoon?
Well, we've extended a little. When Mrs. Fisher had the idea of a cruise, Gwen and I couldn't resist the chance of escaping from the New York winter.
I don't blame you. I'm glad to be away from it myself.
How long are you staying?
Come
Oh,
along,
well,
Mr. Selden. You're supposed to be helping us to decide on a place for lunch.
Oh, I'm hardly an expert. I haven't been here for 7 years.
Of course, one gets the best things at the terrace. But the Duchess of Beltshire has taken up at Beckerson's lately.
I guess the Duchess goes where it's cheapest, Louisa. Unless she can get her meal paid for.
The Grand Dukes go to that little place at the Condamine. Lord Hubert says it's the only restaurant in Europe where they can cook peas. Didn't you say that, Lord Hubert?
Oh, yes, indeed, and it's quite true, I assure you.
Peas? Oh, can they cook terrapin? Oh, my, it just shows what these European markets are when a fellow can make a reputation cooking peas.
Well, I don't know if I quite agree with you, Daisy. There's a little place in Paris off the Quai Voltaire. In any case, I can't advise the Condamine Gargotte. At least, well, not with the ladies.
That's exactly where we'll go, then. The terrace is as dull as my mother's dinner parties. And Lord Hubert has promised to tell us who all the awful people are at the other place. No, Jack, don't look so solemn.
All I want to know is who their dressmakers are.
No doubt Daisy can tell you that, too.
I can at least find out, my dear fellow.
How far is this restaurant that specializes in peas? I warn you, I cannot walk another step.
Don't worry, Mrs. Bry. We shall summon a couple of Phaetons. Come along, Selden. I see some hovering over there.
Well, whatever the peas are like, the view is good.
Yes, indeed. One can see the whole of the bay from this angle.
Sure. I believe that's a Dorset yacht. Can you see, Daisy?
Huh? Yes, you're right. Yes, it's the Serena.
So soon, are you sure? They were to spend a month in Sicily.
I guess they may feel as if they had. There's only one up-to-date hotel in the whole place.
Sicily was Ned Silverton's idea, but I'm sure poor George Dorset must have been horribly bored. Though, of course, Lily would be a help. I hope there hasn't been a row.
Oh, what do you mean, Carrie? Why should there be a row?
Oh, it's most awfully jolly having Lily Bart back.
I dare say the Duchess will dine with us now that Lily's here.
The Duchess admires her enormously. I'm sure she'd be charmed to have that arranged.
Lily has been a tremendous success here, you know, Mr. Selden.
She usually is.
I never saw her so handsome. She looks about 10 years younger. Lady Skiddaw took her everywhere in Cannes. And the Crown Princess of Macedonia had her to stop for a week at Cimiez. People say that was one reason why Bertha whisked the yacht off to Sicily. The Crown Princess did not take much notice of her, and of course, she couldn't bear to look on at Lily's trials.
Selden had thought that his 3 months of engrossing professional work, following on the shock of his disillusionment, had cleared his mind of his ardent feeling for Lily. Now he felt the latent ache, and realized that, after all, he had not come off unhurt. An hour later, the rest of the group having dispersed, Carrie Fisher suggested a stroll through the gardens.
Oh, how peaceful it is here. Life with the Welly Bries is very exhausting. You simply don't know.
I think I can imagine. But forgive me if it's an impertinent question. Why do you do it?
Oh, dear Mr. Selden, I'm sure you know very well you're not naive.
I sometimes think I am.
I know you're not. And it's a relief to be with someone I can be honest with. The truth is, I need money. It's one of the reasons I understand dear Lily, but her trouble is that she can't carry things through. She prepares the ground and sows the seed, but the day when she ought to be reaping the harvest, she oversleeps or goes off for a picnic.
You seem to have made quite a study of her.
Oh, I have. Sometimes I think the things she does are just flightiness, and then at other times it's because at heart she despises the things she's trying for. And it's the difficulty of deciding which it is that makes her such an interesting study.
Yes, she is interesting.
You know, Mr. Selden, I did think at one time that, well...
That what?
Oh, nothing. Sometimes I let my imagination run away with me. But as far as Lily is concerned, I wish she'd give me some of her discarded opportunities.
What sort of opportunities do you mean?
I wish just now, for instance, we could change places. She could make a very good thing out of the Bries. And I should know just how to look after George Dorset while Bertha's reading Verlaine with Ned Silverton.
Mrs. Fisher.
Come now, Mr. Selden. Since we're being honest, at least I am, why mince matters? We all know that's what Bertha brought her abroad for. When Bertha wants to have a good time, she has to provide an interest for George.
George Dorset? My God.
Oh, don't look so shocked.
Mrs. Fisher, please don't say any more.
There's not much more to say. I hoped that Lily was going to play her cards well this time. But there are rumors that Bertha is so jealous of her that there might be a break any day.
A break between the Dorsets?
No, Mr. Selden, between Bertha and Lily. Of course, Lily's only safeguard is that Bertha needs her badly. The Silverton affair is in the acute stage, and it's necessary that George's attention should be continually distracted.
I think you were right when you said that you sometimes let your imagination run away with you.
Oh, you know George. He's as blind as he's jealous. A clever woman might know the right moment to tear off the bandages, but Lily isn't clever in that way. Well, what's the matter? You're not going, are you?
I've just noticed the time. I've got to catch a train. Goodbye.
Train? But I thought you were staying in Monte.
No, I just came over for the day. I'm making Nice my headquarters. Goodbye.
10 minutes later, Selden was in his hotel, tossing his effects into his portmanteau. He realized that the repeated mention of Lily Bart's name was sending his thoughts back into grooves from which he had resolutely detached them. His one chance, he thought, was to get away. He reached the station early, but he was soon aware of an increasing throng on the platform. The next moment there was a hand on his carriage door.
Selden! Well, of all things. We meet again. Where are you off to? Leaving Monte, are you?
Well, perhaps I didn't make it clear at lunchtime that I just came over here for the day. But surely you're not all leaving, too.
Oh, no. We're dining with the Duchess of Belcher. She thought it would be amusing to watch the water fete in the bay. Do you plan to be there?
Possibly. I'm not sure of my movements.
Well, Lawrence, how are you? You look rather tired.
I've had a hard winter, Bertha, you must remember, while the rest of you have been cruising in sunny waters.
Oh, it can be boring, old man. There have been times when I would have given a good deal to be back in New York.
Oh, poor George. He positively prides himself on being a Philistine.
Oh.
Your yacht looks very beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
We could see it in the bay from the restaurant where we were lunching.
So you knew we were here? You had the advantage of us?
Yes, I ran into Mrs. Fisher and she asked me to join her party for luncheon.
The Wellington Bride party?
Yes, the Bryes were in the group.
Carrie Fisher is very much tied up with the Bryes, you know, Lawrence.
Yes, so I understand.
Poor Carrie. She's going to be furious that we've stolen the march on her, and that they weren't included in the Duchess' invitation for this evening.
Is it so very important? I'd as soon have stayed in Monte.
It's certainly very important to the Wellington Bryes, George. But you wouldn't understand that. And of course it's important to Carrie. What else are they engaged her for?
Oh, I think you're rather hard on her, Bertha.
Hard on her? She's one of those people who will do anything for money.
It can be difficult for a woman who has to earn her living.
No doubt you know more about that than I do, Lily.
Why don't you join us this evening, Selden? I'm sure the Duchess would be delighted to have you.
I haven't been invited, Daisy.
Oh, don't let that worry you. The Duchess is very informal.
Maybe, but unfortunately, I am not.
Selden, watching Lily Bart, had been struck by her apparent composure. Startled as he'd been at the sight of her, he had at least been forewarned of her nearness. She, on the other hand, flung as she was unexpectedly into his presence, smiled on him and appeared prepared to take up the thread of their intercourse as though it had not been snapped with a violence from which he still reeled. Arriving at Nice, he parted from the group, saying he must go to his hotel. As he moved off, he was joined by young Ned Silverton.
Are you walking, Selden? Where are you staying?
It's such a beautiful evening, I think perhaps I'll sit quietly outside.
I'll join you if I may. It's a welcome change to talk to someone apart from one's sailing companions for a while, if you get my meaning.
I'm not sure that I do. But in any case, I'm not in the mood for conversation.
How anyone with a grain of imagination can come to such a damn hole as the Riviera with the whole of the Mediterranean to choose from.
Yes, I heard you spent some time in Sicily. Did you not enjoy that?
We weren't there long enough to enjoy it because, of course, we had to rush back.
No? Why was that?
Among other things, Miss Bart persuaded Dorset that the food was bad for him.
Surely his wife would be the best judge of that.
You'd think so. My own view is that dear Miss Bart couldn't wait to get back to bridge and smartness. Dead as stone to art and poetry. And as for Dorset...
If you've joined me merely to disparage your companions, I'll leave you. I hope you enjoy your dinner with the Duchess.
Selden dined that evening with a chance acquaintance, and afterwards they adjourned to the promenade, hoping to see something of the water fete. But there were no seats left on the stands facing the bay, and Selden left his companion and pushed his way into a side street. An empty cab appeared, and Selden saw two persons emerge from the shadows and drive off in it. The moonlight touched them as they passed him, and Selden recognized Bertha Dorset and Ned Silverton. Turning back, he made his way to a fashionable gaming club where he was joined by Lord Hubert Dacey.
Are you downcast when you lose, Dacey?
Oh, no, not really. It's exciting while it lasts, and I'm fairly realistic. If I couldn't afford to lose, I wouldn't play. Did you see anything of the water fete?
Very little. There are no seats left on the stands. But what's happened to your party?
Oh, I left them to take a turn at baccarat. By Jove, I didn't notice the passage of time. The Duchess and Lily went off in search of what they call adventures. God, I think their fault if they don't have some queer ones. I promised to join the Duchess later, but I see it's past 12, and I imagine they've all scattered by now. No, it's good to have Lily Bart back again among us. She's an old friend of yours, is she not?
Yes. I've known her for some years.
She told me. Well, look, I don't like to say this, but I'm a bit worried about her association with the Duchess, who's had rather a liberal education, and what is acceptable in her isn't always accepted for Lily Bart. Do you feel you could have a word?
No.
No? Well, I thought I'd mention it. I'm an old friend too, you know, and you're the only person I felt I could speak to. I suspect Lily may be in danger.
Emerging from her cabin rather late on the morning after the water fete, Lily learnt that her hostess, Bertha Dorset, had not yet appeared, and that George and Ned Silverton had gone ashore. She had promised to take luncheon with the Duchess, so she sent her maid to ask whether she might see Mrs. Dorset. The reply came back that she was tired and trying to sleep, so Lily left a message for her hostess and asked to be ferried ashore. After luncheon, the Duchess and her guests adjourned to the casino, and there Lily heard her name called out by Mrs. Carrie Fisher.
Carrie! Oh, Lily! Oh, nice to see you. I heard your party was cruising in these waters. How are you?
Oh, I hoped I would see you. I want to talk to you.
Well, don't lose Mrs. Bry. She seems to be pushing on ahead.
Lose her? It wouldn't matter, my dear. In fact, I've lost her already.
How do you mean?
The fact is, we had an awful row this morning.
Oh, dear. What was it about?
Well, you know the Duchess chucked her at dinner last night. Well, you were there, weren't you?
Yes, I was, but I don't understand about the row.
Well, she thinks and says it was my fault, my want of management. Oh. The awful thing is that she absolutely counted on the Duchess and had booked at Beccassins, and the dinner had to be paid for. Though she did try to cancel when she heard you'd all gone to Nice.
Well, at least she could afford it.
Oh, yes, but paying for what she doesn't get rankles so dreadfully with Louisa.
Poor Carrie. I do sympathize. And if there's anything I can do, I mean, if it's only a question of meeting the Duchess. I heard her say that she found Mr. Bry rather amusing.
My dear, I have my pride, the pride of my trade. I couldn't manage the Duchess on my own, and I won't palm off your arts on Louisa Bry as mine. So, I've taken the final step. I go to Paris tonight with the Sam Gormers.
heavens! That's rather drastic, surely.
Well, the Gormers are still in the elementary stage. An Italian prince is much more than a prince to them, and they're always on the brink of mistaking a courier for one.
How confusing.
Yes, and to save them from that is my present mission. But before I go, I want to make my last will and testament. And that's why I wanted to see you. I want to leave the prize to you.
To me? My dear Carrie, it's charming of you to remember me in your will. I'm touched, of course, but really,
You're already well provided for. Are you, though, Lily? To the point of rejecting my offer?
What I really meant was that the Bryes wouldn't in the least care to be so disposed of.
What I think you really meant was that you've snubbed the Bryes horribly, and you know that they know it.
You're exaggerating.
Oh, you'd be surprised. In some ways, Louisa positively bristles with perceptions. If you'd ever managed to have them invited just once on the Sabrina.
Dear Carrie, stay over, and I guarantee to get the Duchess to dine with them.
I shan't stay over. In fact, the Gormers have paid for my salon leave. But get the Duchess to dine with them all the same.
I'm sorry I've been negligent about the Bryes.
Oh, the Bryes, yes. Well, it's you I'm thinking of.
What do you mean, thinking of me?
Last night, we all went over to Nice, too, after the Duchess chucked us. It was Louisa's idea to see the water fade.
Oh, yes, I caught sight of you at the station on the way back. What of it?
You know that horrid little man who writes society notes from the Riviera?
Yes, I know him. Mr. Dabham, isn't it?
The point is, Lily, that he joined the Bryces group for dinner, and he's telling everyone that George Dorset came back with you alone after midnight. And he'll probably put it in his gossip column.
Alone? That's absurd when he was in the carriage with us.
I'm serious, Lily. Don't you understand?
No, I don't understand. We did come back alone, if that's so dreadful. But whose fault was that? The Duchess was spending the night at Simier, and Bertha got bored with the water fete and went off early with Ned Silverton, promising to meet us at the station. George and I turned up on time, but they didn't. They didn't turn up at all.
Bertha didn't turn up?
No.
Well, then how on earth did she get back?
By a later train, I imagine. I believe there was an extra one for the fete. At any rate, I know she's safe on the yacht, though I didn't see her this morning because she wasn't up when I had to leave. But you see, it wasn't my fault. I had no desire to be left alone with George Dorset, I can assure you.
Are you so naive that you don't see what Bertha Dorset is up to? Oh, my poor child, if only you don't have to pay for it.
Pay for what?
Your naivety, my dear. Oh, I'll have to go. I see Louisa surging back in our direction. Oh, we're on the best of terms on the surface. Now remember, I leave her to you. She's hovering now, ready to take you in.
Are you ready, Carrie? I don't really want to play, so I
Mrs.
thought...
Bry, how very nice to see you. Are you enjoying your stay?
Very much, Miss Bart. We are enjoying it. But Carrie's talking of leaving us. Has she told you?
Yes, isn't it sad? I'm sure you'll be sorry to lose her.
Yes, indeed. However, she seems determined.
We must arrange for you to come to luncheon on the Sabrina. The Duchess is anxious to see it, and I'm sure Mrs. Dorset would be delighted.
Oh, that would be very charming. Have you been playing baccarat?
No, I just came to watch. The Duchess is playing, and I enjoy the atmosphere. Oh, forgive me. I see Lord Hubert Dacey over there, and I want a word with him. We shall meet again very soon, Mrs. Bry.
Oh, yes.
Goodbye.
Joining Lord Hubert, an old admirer, Lily tentatively suggested that he might get the Duchess to dine with the Bryes if she undertook to have them invited onto the Sabrina. He promised his help with the readiness on which she could always count. She was on her way to the quay when she saw George Dorset making for her across the square.
Lily, I've been searching for you for ages.
You'd left the yacht when I got up this morning, and then I came ashore as I had a lunch engagement with the Duchess. What's the matter? Are you ill?
Where were you going just now?
I was about to return to the yacht. Why?
Have you seen Bertha?
No. When I left the yacht, she was not yet up.
Not yet up.
Dear George, you really do look ill. Shall we sit here?
Not yet up, you say. Had she gone to bed? You know at what time she came aboard? Do you know?
Of course I don't know. How could I? You know, I went straight to my cabin when we got back. I was very tired and I fell asleep almost at once. But what has upset you, George? Don't you think you'd better return to the yacht where you can lie down?
Bertha came on board this morning.
At 7 o'clock.
At 7? Good heavens, what happened? Was there an accident to the train?
They missed the train. They missed all the trains.
Oh? So what did they do?
They had to drive back.
Well, for goodness sake, George.
Well, they couldn't get a carriage at once, of course, and at that time of night, you know, and when they did, it was a one-horse cab. And to cap that, what do you think?
I can't think. Oh, please, George.
The horse was lame.
I see. How very tiresome.
Yeah, quite a chapter of accidents, wasn't it?
I'm so sorry, George, but ought we to have waited?
Waited for a one-horse cab? What of the lame horse? It could scarcely have carried the four of us, or do you think it might?
No, it would have been difficult. We should have had to walk by turns. But it would have been jolly to see the sunrise.
The sunrise was beautiful. I could hardly call it jolly.
You saw it then?
I saw it, yes. From the deck. I waited up for them.
Naturally. I can imagine you were worried. Why didn't you call on me to share your vigil?
No, I don't think you would have cared for the denouement.
Denouement? Isn't that rather a large word for such a small incident?
Small?
Well, the worst of it, after all, is the fatigue which Bertha has probably slept off by this time.
Lily, don't. What am I to do? It's killing me. You must help me. Help me, Lily. You're the only one who can.
I don't understand. All I know is that you must go back. Surely you see that.
I can't go back. I won't.
Look, don't make me leave you here, George. If you won't go back, I must.
Lily.
Well, what are you going to do? You really can't sit here all night.
I can go to an hotel. I can telegraph my lawyer. By Jove, Lily, I've just remembered. Selden's at Nice. I'll send for Selden. He's a lawyer, isn't he? He'll do as well as another in a case like this.
You once said you relied on me to help you.
You do help me by being sweet and patient, but now I need legal advice. You don't want to see me ridiculous, do you?
Perhaps you're right. Go over and see Mr. Selden. You'll have time to do it before dinner.
Dinner? As if dinner mattered. What nonsense you talk.
But it does matter. Dinner on board, remember? It can be put off till 9 if you like. I'll tell Bertha.
On her way back to the yacht, she even began to feel sympathy for Bertha, as a woman in some difficulty. The difficulty of persuading a jealous husband that her absence all night with another man had an innocent explanation. However, her first step on board the Sabrina told her that her sympathy was unnecessary, as she found Bertha dispensing tea to the Duchess and Lord Hubert.
I couldn't find you, Lily, when I finished at the tables.
I thought you were going back to the Princess at Cimier.
Well, that was my plan, but I met Lord Hubert and he persuaded me to come out for a word with Mrs. Dorset on the subject of tomorrow's dinner with the Bryes, which he insists on dragging us to.
I have to save my neck, you know.
The truth is, Lily, Mr. Bryers promised him a tip, and he says that if you go, he'll pass it on to us.
So it's all settled?
So it seems. Well, we must go now, Hubert, if Mrs. Dorset can arrange to have us taken ashore.
Of course. There's always a gig waiting.
Goodbye, then. We count on you and Lily, Mrs. Dorset.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, we count on Dorset, too.
Oh, count on him by all means. Well, I suppose I ought to say good morning.
I tried to see you this morning, Bertha, but you were not yet up, so I left you a message.
I got to bed late. After we missed you at the railway station, I thought we ought to wait for you and George till the last train.
You missed us? You waited for us at the railway station?
Naturally.
But I thought you didn't get to the station till after the last train had left.
Oh! Who told you that?
George told me. I saw him in the gardens before I came back just now.
Ah! Is that George's version? Poor George. He was in no state to remember what I told him. He had one of his worst attacks this morning, so I packed him off to see the doctor. Perhaps you can tell me if he found him.
No, I can't tell you.
He was horribly frightened about himself. It's very bad for him to be worried, you know. And whenever anything upsetting happens, it always brings on an attack.
Anything upsetting?
Yes. Such as having you so conspicuously on his hands in the small hours. You know, my dear, you're rather a big responsibility in such a scandalous place after midnight.
Well, really? Considering it was you who burdened him with the responsibility.
You mean by not having the superhuman cleverness to discover you in that frightful rush for the train? Or the imagination to believe that you would take it without us? You and he alone. instead of waiting quietly in the station till we did manage to meet you.
No, by our all simply keeping together at Nice.
Keeping together? When it was you who took the first opportunity to rush off with the Duchess and her friends. My dear Lily, you're not a child to be led by the hand.
No, nor to be lectured to, Bertha, if that's what you are doing to me now.
Lecture you? I? Heaven forbid. I was merely giving you a friendly hint. But it's usually the other way round, isn't it? I'm expected to take hints, not give them. I've positively lived on them these last months.
Hints? From me to you?
Oh, negative ones merely. What not to be, and to do, and to see. And I think I've taken them admirably. Only, my dear, if you'll let me say so, I did not understand that one of my negative duties was not to warn you when you carried your imprudence too far.
Lily felt a chill of fear pass over her. She remembered past treacheries and Carrie Fisher's warning. She sat for a moment completely at a loss. Then, without a word, she rose and went down to her cabin, where she remained until she was summoned to dinner. George had returned, but appeared sunk in gloom. The non-appearance of Ned Silverton was ignored. Finding the atmosphere intolerable, Lily excused herself and retired early. In the morning, Mrs. Dorset was once more invisible, and Dorset had left the yacht early. Feeling too restless to remain alone, Lily had herself ferried ashore.
Lily, do stop a moment. I've been hoping to see you.
I'll stop with pleasure. You simply cannot imagine what a relief it'll be to talk to someone human after what I've been through since yesterday. I'm glad you're still here. I thought you might have returned to Nice.
I stayed overnight in order to see Dorset again. He's just left me.
I see. Oh, that's why he left the yacht so early. Well, what's happened, or what will happen?
Nothing as yet, and nothing in the future, I hope. I've done what I can, and he's calmed down considerably.
It is over, then? You're sure?
You must allow a little time. I am not sure, but I am a good deal more sure than I was yesterday.
When are you leaving?
As to that, it depends on whether I can be of any further help.
Shall I see you again?
If I could help you. Can I help you?
Help me? But it's the Dorsets whom you must help.
You cannot be insensible to the awkwardness of your own position. How did Bertha seem when you returned to the yacht yesterday?
She was quite extraordinary. To my surprise, I found her entertaining Lord Hubert and the Duchess. She appeared perfectly carefree, and I was beginning to feel quite reassured. But as soon as they had gone, she changed completely and said the most dreadful things to me, accusing me of compromising her husband late at night, of causing a scandal. I just don't understand.
What about Silverton?
There was no mention of him. His name didn't arise.
So, she turned the tables on you.
But what does it mean?
Don't you realize that Bertha will be unscrupulous in fighting for herself?
She must fight, of course, to maintain her marriage. You said George had just left you. Do you know where he's gone?
I'm not sure. He turned in the direction of the casino.
I shall go and look for him. I must persuade him to come back to the yacht so that he can appear with Bertha this evening.
Is this goodbye, then?
I can't answer that.
No? Why not?
I don't know your movements, and I have the impression that you don't like saying goodbye. Did you enjoy the West Indies, by the way?
The West Indies? Well, that was quite some time ago.
Yes, about 3 months, was it not?
I had to go, Lily.
So suddenly, without a word?
It was the only thing to do. I would explain if I could.
It's rather late for explanations.
Lily.
Anyhow, I must go now in search of George.
Lily, please, wait.
I at least can say goodbye.
Selden watched Lily walk away with the old ache in his heart. He dropped into a seat in the gardens, the memory of that night when he had seen her leave Trenor's house vividly in his mind. She, of course, could not possibly guess that she'd been seen, and he had found it impossible to refer to it without seeming to condemn her. What mattered now, of course, was to help her in her involvement with the Dorsets. This decision brought him to his feet, determined to find her again, and on his way to the casino he met Lord Hubert and Mrs. Bry, from whom he learnt that Lily had returned to the yacht with George Dorset. Recognizing his disappointment, Mrs. Bry immediately invited him to join her that evening, at a little dinner for the Duchess at Beckerson's, where he would meet his friends again.
Good evening, Mrs. Dorset. So glad your husband could manage it too. And Miss Bart.
Good evening.
I think you all know each other. The Duchess of Beltshire, and of course Lord Hubert.
Yes, we're old friends.
And Jack and Gwen Stepney. Now, Miss Bart, I placed Mr. Selden next to you. We met him outside the casino this afternoon in search of you. So here he is, and he can talk to you now.
How nice. Did you really want to talk again?
Yes, I did. Come and sit down. When Mrs. Bry invited me to come tonight, I decided to stop over in order to see you.
But why?
To ask you. To beg you to leave the yacht.
To leave? What do you mean? Besides, how can I? What has happened?
Nothing as yet.
Well?
If anything should, why be in the middle of it?
But while there's even a doubt left, how can you think I'd leave Bertha?
You have to think of yourself, you know.
If you knew how little difference that makes.
Looking at the Dorsets now, one would think that all was normal, but I don't trust it.
I rather wish that little man of the Riviera notes hadn't been invited. I suppose Mrs. Bry wanted the world to know that the Duchess had dined with her.
Well, let's hope that he's too occupied with women's jewels and the gowns to speculate on matrimonial complications.
After dinner, the Duchess suddenly exclaimed to her sister that they'd just had time to catch the last train to Nice. When the flurry of their farewells and departure was over, Jack and Gwen Stepney offered to convey Lily and the Dorsets to the quayside in their motor.
Coming, Jack. So sorry if I kept you waiting.
Miss Bart is not going back to the yacht.
Bertha. Miss Bart, this is some misunderstanding, some mistake. Bertha, for God's sake.
There is no misunderstanding. Miss Bart remains here. And I think, George, we had better not detain Mrs. Stepney any longer.
Bertha!
Mrs. Bry, thank you for a delightful evening.
My dear Miss Bart, are you all right?
I'm joining the Duchess tomorrow, and it seemed simpler for me to remain on shore for the night.
I understand. I hope we shall meet again soon.
I hope so too, Mrs. Bry. Dear Mr. Selden, you promised to see me to my cab.
As Lily and Lawrence Selden moved toward the deserted gardens below the restaurant, warm rain blew against their faces. The fiction of the cab had been tacitly abandoned. They walked for a few minutes in silence until, passing near a bench, Selden gently pressed her to sit down for a moment.
Thank you for not saying I told you so.
I should have given the warning sooner. Will you listen to me now?
You advised me to leave the yacht, and I'm leaving it.
Oh, my God. Dear Lily.
Not now, Lawrence. Do you know of a quiet hotel? I can send for my maid in the morning.
An hotel here? That you can go to alone at this hour? It's not possible.
What is then? It's too wet to sleep here in the gardens.
There must be someone.
Someone to whom I can go? Of course, any number under normal circumstances. But you see, my change of plan was rather sudden. And since I must find shelter somewhere, and since you are so kindly here to help me...
You will do as I tell you.
Tell me.
There's but one thing.
What is that?
You must go straight to your cousins, the Stepneys.
Oh, no, Lawrence, I couldn't. After the way they behaved...
I think everyone in the group was so surprised.
Well, Jack might receive me. In fact, I believe he would. But Gwen would not. You don't know her.
Come, it's late. You must appear to have gone there directly.
Oh, I can't. Not that. No, don't ask me.
I do ask you, and you must obey me. They're family, after all. Take my arm.
But if she refuses?
Trust me. You do trust me, don't you?
Yes, I do trust you. You are still my friend.
Ah, I see a hansom. Just a moment till I hail him.
I'm frightened.
Don't worry. I'll deal with Jack Stepney. It's very unlikely that his wife will appear.
Selden walked slowly back to his room. His nerves raged at the cruelty of women and the cowardice of men. Even Jack Stepney, her cousin, had made it quite clear that Lily must leave early in the morning, that his wife was already asleep and could not be disturbed. As agreed with Jack, Selden called at the Stepneys' hotel early the next day and found Lily sitting in the vestibule.
Good. I'm glad you're ready. I didn't relish meeting either of the Stepneys.
Neither did I. In fact, I managed to get down here without an encounter.
Did you manage to sleep at all?
I feel as though I shall never sleep again.
Oh, are you able to walk, or shall I call a cab?
No, I think a walk would do me good.
Come along, then.
What a lovely morning it is. Where are we going?
I suggest, first of all, that we have a petit déjeuner at that place in the square. Strong coffee before anything else seems a good idea.
Indeed it does. And we're out much too early for any of our friends to saunter by.
I sent word to your maid on Sabrina explaining that you're not returning to the yacht and asking her to bring your cases ashore.
Will you do something else for me, please? I must return to New York by the first available ship.
Of course, yes. I understand. We'll go to the shipping line as soon as you feel ready. Then perhaps you'd like to send a cable to your aunt to let her know you're returning.
No, Aunt Julia is always alarmed by cables. It might be better to cable to Gertie, and she can tell my aunt.
I'm sure Gertie would meet you, too, if you'd like that.
Oh, yes, that would be a comfort.
I only wish I could travel with you, but I have to return to Paris first.
The two parted a few days later, and all the practical matters that had to be attended to helped them both to ignore emotions that might otherwise have come to the surface. Many questions remained unanswered between them. He sensed that she was deeply wounded, but her manner was calm, though her face was pale. Having seen her off on the ship, he cabled the news to his cousin Gertrude Farish, asking her to meet her friend.
Lily, over here!
Oh, Gertie! Dear Gertie! You don't know how relieved I am to see you.
This way, Lily. I have a hansom waiting. Is your maid with you?
Yes, she's looking after the luggage. But surely he's going the wrong way, Gertie.
We're not going to your aunt's house, Lily.
Why not?
I have something to tell you. There wasn't time to let you know after I received Lawrence's cable.
What's happened?
How long is it since you heard from Mrs. Peniston?
As a matter of fact, I haven't heard from her at all. You know she didn't approve of my going in the first place.
She has been ill most of the time.
Oh, poor Aunt Julia. Was it her heart?
Yes. She had a bad attack 3 days ago, and that was the end.
The end?
Yes. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have prepared you. The house is shut up. So I thought you might go to a hotel till you decide what to do. And there's a house quite near where Marion can have a room for the time being. Would that suit you, Marion?
Well, I could go to my folks if that would help. I'll do whatever Miss Lily wants.
I'm glad Lawrence was there to help you, though I don't know why you had to leave so suddenly.
It's rather a long story, Gertie. I don't quite understand it myself. Someday I may be able to explain it all.
You're tired now, Lily, so don't worry about all that, whatever it means. I'll call in tomorrow at your hotel. You'll have to get in touch with the lawyers, you know. I believe a meeting will be arranged for the reading of your aunt's will, and all the relations will have to be notified. It's likely to be sometime next week.
Will you come with me? To the meeting, I mean. Please do.
Well, I haven't really any place there, Lily. I'm sure you know that. But of course, if it will help you, I will come with you.
It had been always understood that Mrs. Peniston was to provide handsomely for her niece, and in Lily's mind the understanding had long since crystallized into fact. The shock of dismay with which she had heard of her aunt's death had been succeeded inevitably by a sense of relief that she would at last be able to pay her debts. She listened to the lawyer reading the long roll of legacies to charitable institutions and relations near and distant with little thought, but slight puzzlement that Grace Stepney was not among them. She stirred as she heard her own name. To my niece, Lily Hudson Bart, $10,000. There was a subdued gasp of surprise from the assembled group, which increased with the concluding phrase. And the residue of my estate, to my dear cousin and namesake, Grace Julia Stepney.
Lily, it's unjust, it's cruel. Grace Stepney must feel she had no right to all that money.
I doubt it. Besides, anyone who knew how to please Aunt Julia had a right to her money. Had Aunt Julia heard of my break with the Dorsets? Honestly now, this will was made only 6 weeks ago.
Well, everyone heard, of course, that there had been some disagreement, some misunderstanding.
Did she hear that Bertha turned me off the yacht?
Lily, no.
Isn't that what she told Gwen Stepney?
I don't know.
And I suppose Gwen told Aunt Julia, or Grace Stepney, or both. She probably told everyone.
I don't listen to such horrors.
But I must listen to them. I must know where I stand. Did you notice the women today? They were afraid to snub me while they thought I was going to get the money. Afterwards, you would have thought I had the plague. And they took their cue from Gwen. I saw them watching Gwen to see what to do. Look, dear Gertie, don't you see? I must know just what is being said of me.
I tell you, I do not listen to
Gertie, one hears such things without listening. Tell me this. Are people going to cut me?
Your friends, Lily? How can you think of such a thing?
Well, who are one's friends at such a time? I mean, who but you, you poor, trustful darling? And heaven knows what you suspect me of. You'd never let it make any difference. But then you're fond of criminals. How about the irreclaimable ones, though? For I'm absolutely impenitent, you know.
Lily, how can you laugh?
So as not to weep, perhaps.
How can you talk so, Lily? Of course the money ought to have been yours. But after all, the important thing is that you should clear yourself, should tell your friends the whole truth.
Where the women are concerned, the truth is the story that's easiest to believe. In this case, it's a great deal easier to believe Bertha's story than mine, because she has a big house and an opera box, and it's convenient to be on good terms with her.
But what is your story? I don't believe anyone knows it yet.
My story? I don't believe I know it myself. I'm so confused. And of course I never thought of preparing a version in advance, as Bertha did. And even if I had, I don't think I should take the trouble to use it now.
I don't want a version prepared in advance. I just want you to tell me exactly what happened. From the beginning.
From the beginning? My dear, the beginning was in my cradle, I suppose.
Oh, Lily.
Now, in the way I was brought up, in the things I was taught to care for. Now, I don't blame anyone for my faults. I think it must have been in my blood. That I got it from some pleasure-loving ancestress who reacted against the homely virtues of New Amsterdam and wanted to be back at the court of the Charleses. Oh, don't look so worried, Gertie.
I can't help it. I am worried.
You asked me just now for the truth. Well, the truth about any girl is that once she gets herself talked about, she's done for. And the more she explains, the worse it looks. Qui s'excuse, s'accuse. Please, do you have a cigarette?
For the first time in her life, Lily found herself utterly alone, except for Gertie Farish. Judy Trenor had not even recognized her return by the formal note of condolence which Lily's bereavement demanded. But still trusting to a chance meeting, Lily assiduously showed herself at the restaurants her past friends frequented, realizing that where Judy led, all the world would follow. On learning from her aunt's lawyers that the payment of the legacies would be delayed because of some complication as to the interpretation of the will, her passionate resolve to settle her debt to Trenor forced her to turn to Grace Stepney. Bitter as it was to ask a favour of Grace, the alternative was worse.
I don't like to ask this, Grace, but I am very much in need of money. And Aunt Julia's lawyers tell me that my legacy may not be paid till the end of 12 months.
I understand that is the legally allotted time in these matters.
Well, what I wanted to ask is, what I wondered is, would you be willing to advance me the amount of my legacy?
How can you ask such a thing, Lily? Well, surely you know how the law works. Well, such a thing is quite impossible. Do you imagine that the payment of the legacies is all that has been delayed? I myself have not received a single penny of my inheritance.
Oh, really, Grace? Well, I am sorry.
Well, not only that, but I am actually paying rent. Yes, rent, for the privilege of living in this house which belongs to me. I'm sure it is not what dear Cousin Julia would have wished. But it seems there is nothing to do but wait.
But you will have everything, Grace. It'll be easy for you to borrow 10 times the amount I'm asking for.
Borrow? Easy for me to borrow? But do you imagine for a moment that I would even consider raising money on my inheritance from dear Cousin Julia, when I know so well her unspeakable horror of every transaction of the sort? If you must know the truth, Lily, it was the idea of your being in debt that brought on her illness.
Please, Grace, don't say that.
But I do say it, because it is true. You must remember that she had a slight attack before you sailed. Well, I don't know the details, of course, and I don't want to know them. I would rather not know them. But there were rumours about your affairs that made her most unhappy.
Rumours that you passed on to her, Grace.
Oh, I can't help it if you are offended by my telling you this now. But if I can do anything to help you realize the folly of your ways, and how deeply Cousin Julia disapproved, I shall feel it is the truest way I can make up to you for her loss.
Thank you, Grace. I'll see myself out. Goodbye. Oh, God. Lily! Good heavens, Carrie! Where did you spring from?
I was just passing when I spotted you. Oh, look here, Lily. Don't let's beat about the bush. Half the trouble in life is caused pretending there isn't any. That's not my way, but we'll talk of that by and by. I don't suppose you're keeping house in there with a sanctimonious Grace, are you? It struck me that you might be rather at a loose end.
Well, to tell you the truth, I am at a loose end for the moment. But Gertie Farish is still in town, and she's good enough to let me be with her whenever she can spare the time.
Well, that's a somewhat temperate joy. Well, I know Gertie's a trump and worth all the rest of us put together. But all along, you're used to a little higher seasoning, aren't you? Besides, I suppose even she'll be off before long. Now, look here, Lily. You can't spend your summer in town. We'll talk of that later, too. Meanwhile, what do you say to putting a few things together in a valise and coming down with me to the Sam Gormers tonight?
Carrie, you can't be serious. The Gormers? I've never even met them.
Well, you don't know them and they don't know you, but that doesn't make a rap of difference. They've taken the Van Alstyne house at Roslyn, and I've got carte blanche to bring my friends down there. The more the merrier with them. They do things awfully well, you know, and there's to be a rather jolly party this weekend. I don't mean exactly your particular set, rather a different crowd, but still very good fun. The Gormers have struck out on a line of their own.
What does that mean?
It means that what they want is to have a good time and to have it in their own way. They've decided that the whole formal business bored them, and that what they needed was a crowd they could really feel at home with. Rather original, don't you think?
Honest, at least.
Well, exactly. So they started a sort of continuous performance of their own, where everyone is welcome.
Everyone?
Well, they get an interesting crowd. This week, for instance, they've got the actress, Audrey Ansell, and Paul Morpeth, he's painting Mattie Gormer at the moment, and the Dick Bellingers. Well, don't stand there with your nose in the air. It will be a good deal better than a broiling Sunday in town. And you'll find clever people as well as noisy ones. So what do you say?
You are rather rushing me, Carrie.
Yes, I am rushing you. It's what you need at the moment.
It was a good deal better than a broiling Sunday in town. After the tension of the past weeks, the escape from a stuffy hotel to the space and luxury of a great country house fanned by sea breezes brought all the refreshment for which Lily's senses craved. When the party dispersed, she seemed to be the only one without plan or purpose, and found herself dreading the return to New York. But Carrie Fisher, who had insisted on transporting her to her own house, came to the rescue with a new suggestion.
Look here, Lily, you did enjoy the weekend, didn't you?
Yes, Carrie, you must have seen how much I enjoyed it. It was good of you to take me with you, and the Gormers were very kind.
I know they're not quite up to your style, but they're easygoing and generous. Now, I have a plan.
Another plan, Carrie?
Don't say anything until I explain what I mean. Quite simply, it's this. I want you to take my place with Mattie Gormer this summer.
Carrie, what in heaven's name do you mean?
Well, they're taking a party to Alaska next month, and Mattie, who is the laziest woman alive, wants me to go with them and relieve her of the bother of arranging things.
Which is just the sort of thing you do so brilliantly.
Well, the point is, the Wellington Brys want me too.
The Brys? Hey, but Carrie, when I saw you in Monty, you told me...
Oh, yes, but we've made it up. Didn't I tell you?
No, you didn't. It's difficult to keep up with these changes. But you get on so well with the Gormers, don't you?
Yes. To put it frankly, I like them better. But there's more profit for me in the Brys. They want to try Newport this summer. And if I can make it a success for them, well, they'll make it a success for me.
I don't quite understand. In any case, I don't think I can do it, Carrie. I'm not particularly efficient, you know.
You undervalue yourself, but I know your value, and so do the Gormers. And the more I think of my idea, the more I like it. Quite as much for you as for myself. The Gormers have both taken a tremendous fancy to you, and you know you won't have to work as hard as I would. Your very presence gives their hospitality the cachet they need.
Is it to be a large party?
Oh, don't worry. I'll find out everything I can about it. To be honest, Lily, I did mention to Mattie the idea of you going with them, and she was genuinely delighted.
Oh.
And the trip to Alaska is just the very thing I should want for you at present.
To take me out of my friend's way, you mean?
Dear Lily, you're wrong. I mean to keep you out of their sight until they realize how much they miss you.
In spite of strong opposition from Gertie Farish, Lily did go with the Gormers to Alaska. Gertie had even offered to give up her annual visit to Lake George and remain in town if Lily would renounce her plan. But Lily had come round to Carrie's view that she must take up her usual life again and go around among people as much as possible, added to which she found Mattie Gormer kind and unaffected. So she went to Alaska, while Carrie went to Newport with the Wellington Brys. In spite of a longing to get back to her former circle, she found herself clinging to her hosts after their return from Alaska. While still with them, she was visited by Carrie, who drove over to impart her own experiences and give Lily what she called the latest report from the Weather Bureau.
So, Alaska was a success.
Yes.
I'm delighted to hear it, and I can tell you I've had nothing but praise of you from the Gormers. But now we must think about your future.
Don't tell me you have another plan.
Up to a point I have, and I hope you're prepared to listen.
Well?
My dear, you must marry as soon as you can.
Do you mean like Gertie Farish, to recommend the panacea of a good man's love?
No, I hardly think either of my candidates would answer to that description.
Either, Carrie? Are there actually two?
Well, perhaps I ought to say 1.5 for the moment.
Other things being equal, I think I should prefer a half-husband. Who is he?
Now, Lily, don't fly out at me till you hear my reasons.
Go on.
George Dorset.
My dear Carrie.
I know, but let me explain. Things are going badly with the Dorsets again. They're at their place here, you know, and I spent last Sunday with them. It was ghastly. No one else there but poor Ned Silverton, and Bertha behaving more than ever like a mad woman. After luncheon, George carried me off on a long walk and told me the end would have to come soon.
The end will never come, Carrie. Bertha will always know how to get him back when she wants him. Why do you think you were invited?
Why? Why were you invited on the cruise? To distract attention from herself and Ned Silverton. I believe
George wouldn't stay 10 minutes with her if only he knew.
Knew? Knew what?
What you, for instance, must know with all the opportunities you've had. If he had positive proof, I mean...
Please, Carrie, don't go on. Let's drop the subject. It's too odious to me. Now, your second candidate. We mustn't forget about him.
I wonder if you'll call out just as loudly if I mention the name of Sim Rosedale. Well, have I really succeeded in surprising you?
Mr. Rosedale wants a wife who can establish him in the bosom of the Van Osbergs and Trenors.
And so you could, Lily, with his money. Don't you see how beautifully it would work out for both of you?
I don't see any way of making him see it.
Perhaps you underrate your powers, my dear. You met him from time to time at the Gormers, did you not?
Yes, he often turns up wherever they happen to be.
And you don't actively dislike him, do you?
One can't help being impressed by success.
The Gormers had the impression that he admired you greatly.
He does at times make it offensively evident.
I gather even the Trenors had him once or twice for dinner.
Yes, I understand he and Gus have business interests. But Judy wasn't prepared to ask him to Bellamont.
The whole financial world seems to have business interests with him. I've heard it said that he and Wellington Bry between them will soon control Wall Street, and Mr. Gormer won't be far behind.
You know the Gormers are building a house on Long Island?
Of course, and I hope they're benefiting by your taste.
It seems part of my duty to attend Mattie when she pays a visit of inspection to the new estate.
Just the sort of thing you're good at.
Yes, in fact, I really do enjoy it.
It's very near the Dorset's place, isn't it?
Geographically, yes, it is. But as you know, they live in such a different orbit that I don't think there is much likelihood of a direct encounter.
Little as Lily was addicted to solitude, she found that there were moments when it seemed a welcome escape from the empty noises of her present life. It was in this frame of mind that, walking back one morning from the Long Island shore towards the Gormer estate, she found herself face to face with George Dorset.
Miss Bart?
Oh!
Lily? Lily, my dear, please shake hands. I've been hoping to meet you. I would have written to you if I dared.
How are you, George?
I want to apologize to you, to ask you to forgive me for the miserable part I played. I despise myself.
Don't let's speak of it, George. I was very sorry for you.
You might well be. You don't know. You must let me explain, Lily. I was deceived, abominably deceived.
Then I am still more sorry for you. But you must see that I am not exactly the person with whom the subject can be discussed.
Well, why not? Isn't it to you, of all people, that I owe an explanation?
No explanation is necessary. The situation was quite clear to me.
Oh, for God's sake, Lily, don't turn from me. We used to be friends. You were always good to me. And you don't know how much I need a friend now.
I feel no ill will towards you. But surely you understand that after what has happened, we cannot be friends again. We can't see each other. It's impossible.
But why? When I've repented in dust and ashes, isn't it hard that you should condemn me for the treachery of others? Is there to be no respite for me?
Have you not found respite in the reconciliation that was effected at my expense?
Lily, please don't put it that way. When that's been the worst of my punishment, that you were singled out as a sacrifice. Well, what could I do? Don't you see that any word I might have said would have been turned against you?
George, I have told you I don't blame you. All I ask you to understand is that after the use Bertha made of me, after all that her behaviour has since implied...
Oh, can I not at least appeal to your pity? Can't you think of me as a prisoner, a prisoner you alone can set free?
I don't understand how I can be any help.
Well, you would see if you'd be as merciful as you used to be. And heaven knows I've never needed it more.
I really am sorry, George. I would help you willingly, but you must have other friends, other advisors.
I never had a friend like you. Besides, can't you see? You're the only person, the only person who knows. You do see, don't you? You understand. I'm at the end of my tether, Lily, and I want to be free.
Oh, please, George, don't go on.
Look, I want to be free, and you can free me, Lily. I know you can. You don't want to keep me bound in hell, do you? You were always kind. Your eyes are kind now. You understand, of course, there wouldn't be a hint of publicity to connect you with the thing. It would never come to that. All I need is to be able to say definitely, I know this and this and this, and the fight would drop and the way be cleared and the whole abominable business swept out of sight.
Look, George, I really must go. I'm late already. Goodbye.
Lily turned quickly and held out a hand to the stricken man, and almost ran from him. She understood only too well what Dorset meant. Indeed, the power to set him free lay in her hands more completely than he could even remotely conjecture. She was momentarily possessed by fear of the force of the temptation. Why should she not revenge herself on Bertha, who had treated her so cruelly? But she thrust the thought from her as she hurried back to the Gormer household. It was true that she was late, and, like many unpunctual people, Mattie Gormer disliked to be kept waiting.
I hope I'm not late, Maddie.
No, Lily. Come and have an aperitif. You needn't have worried. Sit down and relax.
Thank you, Maddie. I didn't know the time, so I've been hurrying.
Did you see my visitor? Oh, no, you came in the other way, didn't you?
Yes, I just saw a carriage disappear behind the shrubbery. Oh, thank you, Maddie.
It was Mrs. George Dorset.
Bertha? Really?
Yes, she said she'd just dropped in to make a neighbourly call. Wasn't it nice of her?
Very nice. Of course, their place is quite near here.
Of course, what really brought her here was curiosity. Do you know, she made me take her all over the house.
Well, as it's the Van Alstyne house, I would have thought she would have seen it all before.
But no one could have been nicer, Lily. No airs, you know, and so good-natured.
Did she know I was staying with you?
I don't know. I don't think I actually mentioned it. Does it matter?
Not in the slightest.
I can quite see why people think her so fascinating.
Oh, yes, so can I. It's nice for you to have them as neighbours.
She suggested we might drive out one afternoon for tea at the country club. Would you care to come with us?
It sounds delightful. But you may remember I have promised to stay a few days with some other friends in the region. And I was thinking I might go there tomorrow. They're having a party in the evening.
Well, you must do whatever you like, Lily. I hope you can come back for a spell before returning to town.
Thank you, Maddie. That would suit me very well. My friend, Gertrude Farish, has found a small hotel where I might establish myself for the winter, before I make any further plans.
Lily saw quite clearly that Mattie was already under the spell of Bertha Dorset, dazzled by visions of further meetings and social advance. She felt a sense of foreboding. It was not in Bertha's habit or nature to be neighbourly, and she ignored social climbers, unless prompted by self-interest. Lily saw that if Bertha's advances were followed up, they were likely to have a disturbing effect on her own future. Turning it over and over in her mind, she came face to face with the thought that she must be prepared to marry Rosedale. A decision that was fortified by an unexpected visit from George Dorset.
How on earth did you find me, George?
It wasn't difficult to find you, Lily. I asked Selden first.
Lawrence Selden?
Yes.
I haven't seen him since that horrible time in Monte Carlo when Bertha...
Don't remind me of it, Lily. I've tried to explain. However, Selden had your address from his cousin, Miss Farish.
Gertie. Yes, she has been a true friend.
I haven't come to bother you, Lily.
But you do bother me. I've told you I cannot help.
Well, never mind about that. I wanted to ask about you and your circumstances.
My circumstances?
Yes. Is it true? Is it possible that your old beast of an aunt has actually cut you off?
I do believe, George, that perhaps for the first time you have a faint realization of my plight. But I must ask you to go.
Well, do let me see you again, Lily. It's such a comfort.
I'm going out to dinner and I must dress now.
I know, I understand, but will you let me see you again?
George, please. You know why I can't.
I know how you might if you would, if things were different, and it lies with you to make them so. It's just a word to say, and you put me out of my misery.
You're mistaken. I know nothing. I saw nothing.
So, Lily, you sacrifice us both.
I repeat, I know nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Dorset's visit could only underline Carrie Fisher's counsels. Lily had seen little of Rosedale since that illuminating talk, but on the 2 or 3 occasions when they had met, there could be no doubt that he admired her as much as ever, and there were moments when marriage with him seemed the only honourable solution of her difficulties. It was not easy to face the thought of what George Dorset had to offer. She did not indeed let her imagination range beyond the day of plighting. She had learned in her long vigils that there were certain things not good to think of. and one of these was the image of herself as Rosedale's wife. Fisher had taken a small house at Tuxedo for the autumn, and for a time Lily joined her there. Following Mrs. Fisher's hints about marriage, Lily was hardly surprised to find that her fellow guest was Mr. Rosedale. Several other friends had been invited to dinner the first evening, and after they had departed, Lily made a move to retire to her room, and a few minutes later her hostess joined her.
You know, Carrie, it's the first time since I came back from Europe that I found myself in a congenial atmosphere.
In spite of Mr. Rosedale.
You know perfectly well what I mean, Carrie. It's elegant and peaceful.
Yes, it is peaceful. And for me, it's a well-earned rest. Louisa Bry's a stern taskmaster, I can tell you. Oh, by the way, I had a visit from Mattie Gormer the other day. She turned up last Sunday, and with, of all people, Bertha Dorset.
Really?
I was never more astonished.
As a matter of fact, before I left Long Island, I saw that Bertha was beginning to lay her toils for Mattie.
Well, she has her fast now. Bertha can already make her believe anything she pleases. And I'm afraid she's begun, my poor child, by insinuating horrors about you.
Oh, God.
Now, listen to me, Lily. You've told me so little that I can only guess at what's been happening. But there is something I do see, and it's this. If Bertha is still nasty enough to want to destroy you in the eyes of others, it must be because she's afraid of you. And Ned Silverton must fit into this. I can see that I'm right. Well, if you want to punish her, you hold the means in your hands.
I only want to clear my own reputation.
Well, you can't do that by sitting there thinking about it. You've got to act. You could marry George Dorset by telling what you know.
No,
well, if that's what you don't want to do, well, the only thing to save you is to marry someone else. My poor dear, you're tired. I must leave you. Rest as long as you like in the morning.
Lily lay awake for a long time pondering Mrs. Fisher's words. When she woke, she was surprised to find herself in a more than usually decisive mood. After lunch, Mr. Rosedale reminded her that she had engaged herself to walk with him to a nearby beauty spot. At this moment, the last person she wanted to think about was Lawrence Selden. But something about the landscape and the stillness of the day recalled the afternoon when she had climbed the slopes of Bellamont with him. As she strove to thrust aside this importunate memory, she realized that Rosedale was declaring his continued devotion.
Mr. Rosedale, when you last spoke to me in those terms, I said you must give me time. Well, you have given me time, and I have thought seriously about it. And now I am ready to marry you whenever you wish.
Miss Lilia?
For I suppose that is what you do wish.
My dear Miss Lilia, I'm sorry if there's been any little misapprehension between us. But you made me feel that my suit was so hopeless that I had really no intention of renewing it.
I see. I understand. Of course, I have only myself to blame if I gave you the impression that my decision was final. I think I will go back to the house now. But before we bid each other goodbye, I want at least to thank you for having once thought of me as you did.
Goodbye? Why do you talk of saying goodbye? Ain't we going to be good friends all the same?
What is your idea of being good friends? Making love to me without asking me to marry you?
Well, that's about the size of it, I suppose. I'm all broken up over you. I'm even more in love with you than I was this time last year. But I've got to face the fact that the situation has changed.
You mean that I am not as desirable a match as you thought me then?
Yes, that is what I do mean. Last year I was wild to marry you and you wouldn't look at me. This year, well, you appear to be willing. Now what has changed in the interval? Your situation, that's all. Then you thought you could do better. Now...
You think you can?
Why, yes, I do. In one way, that is. It's this way, you see. Why should I mind saying that I want to get into society? Man ain't ashamed to say he wants to own a racing stable or a picture gallery. Taste for society is just another kind of hobby. Perhaps I want to get even with some of the people who cold-shouldered me last year. Put it that way if it sounds better. Anyhow, I want to have the run of the best houses. And I know the quickest way to queer yourself with the right people is to be seen with the wrong ones.
You put it very clearly.
So, you see why I want to avoid mistakes.
I like you for telling me quite so honestly. And now, once more, I must say goodbye.
By George, you're a dead game sport, you are. Now stop, Miss Lily. You know I don't believe those stories. I believe they were all got up by a woman who didn't hesitate to sacrifice you to her own convenience.
You are very kind, but I don't think we need discuss the matter further.
I just want to put a plain case before you.
But you have just done so, Mr. Rosedale.
Not quite. The wonder to me is that you've waited so long to get even with that woman when you had the power to do so in your hands. Are you all right, Miss Lily?
I am. Just... It's nothing. Just felt a little faint.
Well, sit down again, do. I've upset you. There's one thing I must say, and then I'll be done.
I think we have both said enough.
Answer me this. Why don't you use those letters of hers you bought last year?
Letters? What do you mean?
Perhaps you've forgotten that I own the Benedict. I had to dismiss the Haffons because several of the tenants complained about them. And rather than be reported to the police, Mrs. Haffon admitted certain things to me.
Oh, God.
Look, Mrs. Dorset did you a beastly bad turn last spring. But everyone knows what Mrs. Dorset is. You could tell Dorset what you know. Well, it's not your style. But it's one thing to get Bertha into line. What you really need is to keep her there. And all the letters in the world won't do that for you as you are now. You know well enough that Bertha Dorset couldn't have touched you if there hadn't been, well, questions asked before, little points of interrogation. Bound to happen to a good-looking girl with stingy relatives, I suppose. The point is, Miss Lily, that without me, you'll simply be back among your old worries. And here I am, ready to take you out of them tomorrow, if you say so. Do you say so?
What you suggest is shameful. Base.
Hey, what's up?
You are mistaken, quite mistaken, both in the facts and what you infer from them.
What's the matter? I thought we understood one another.
We do now.
So that's it. I might have known. It's because the letters are to him. Well, I'll be damned if I see what thanks you got from that quarter.
Some time after her return to town, Lily put into execution a belated resolve to visit Gertrude Farish. As she climbed the dreary stairs to her friend's flat, she passed a middle-aged lady in black, whose identity Gertie was eager to explain.
That was Miss Jane Silverton. Did you recognize her, Lily?
I thought she looked vaguely familiar. Isn't she Ned Silverton's aunt?
Yes, poor dear. She came to talk things over with me.
What sort of things? Is she in trouble?
Indeed, yes. She and her sister want to do something to support themselves.
Good heavens, surely they're not hard up.
They are. I'm afraid they have practically nothing left. And it seems they had high hopes for Ned when Bertha Dorset took him under her wing.
They must be very naive.
She talked quite beautifully to Miss Jane about regarding Ned as a younger brother and wanting to carry him off on the yacht so that he might drop cards and racing and take up his literary work again.
It's a touching picture.
You don't believe it?
Well, there were no horses on the yacht, of course, and I believe he and Bertha did read some poetry together. Tell me about Miss Silverton's ideas on ways of earning some money. It's a subject very dear to my heart.
Well, she thought that if I could find her something to do, she might earn enough to pay Ned's debts and send him away.
Has she any idea how long it would take her to pay for even one of Ned's evenings at cards?
I don't suppose she has. Do you know, Lily, he was horribly in debt when he came back from the cruise. I can't see why he should have spent more money than ever under Bertha's influence, can you?
My dear Gertie, I always understand how people can spend much more money, never how they can spend less. But how can these colourless, shrinking aunts support themselves, let alone their useless nephew?
Miss Jane reads aloud very nicely.
Really? And is anyone willing to be read to?
Oh, I think so. Some elderly people do. And Miss Anne paints quite nicely.
I feel more depressed every minute. Did you say you were going to make some tea?
Yes, I'll get some tea. Let me give you a cushion to lean against.
No, thanks. I don't want to lean back. I shall fall asleep if I do. I don't sleep at night, and in the afternoon a dreadful drowsiness creeps over me.
You don't sleep at night, Lily? Since when, Lily?
I don't know. I can't remember. If I don't keep awake now, I shall see horrors tonight. Perfect horrors.
They'll be worse if you drink too much tea.
Oh, don't preach, please.
Of course not. I didn't mean to preach.
Forgive me, Gertie, but I'm so tired.
I understand. But I'm worried. I'm sure you must be ill.
Ill? Do I look ill? Does my face show it? You stupid dear, why do you say such odious things to me? It's enough to make one ill to be told one looks so. And looking ill means looking ugly.
Of course it doesn't, Lily. You could never look ugly.
Look me straight in the face, Gertie, and tell me, do I look perfectly frightful?
You look perfectly beautiful now, Lily. Your eyes are shining, and your cheeks have grown so pink.
Why don't you tell me frankly that I'm a wreck? Look, in the morning I can see the lines coming in my face. Every sleepless night brings a new line. How can I sleep when I have such dreadful things to think about?
Dreadful things? What things?
Poverty, for one. I don't know any that's more dreadful. You asked me just now if I could understand why Ned Silverton spent so much money. Of course I understand. You think we live on the rich rather than with them. And so we do in a sense. But it's a privilege we have to pay for. We eat their dinners, drink their wine, smoke their cigarettes, use their carriages and their opera boxes. But there's a tax to pay on every one of these luxuries. Oh,
I hope you're not going anywhere tonight, Lily. I do think you ought to rest.
It doesn't sound very amusing, does it? I'm sick to death of it. And yet the thought of giving it all up nearly kills me. I must go, Gertie. Don't think too much of the nonsense I've been talking. I have an appointment with Carrie Fisher, who has promised to find someone who wants a kind of social secretary.
You mean as a job for you?
Yes. My dear Carrie, in her way, is as generous as you are.
Oh.
You know she makes a specialty of the helpless rich, and they're more in my line than reading aloud to the elderly.
2 weeks later, Gertrude communicated her fears about Lily to her cousin Lawrence Selden, when he presented himself on a Sunday afternoon, and lingered after the last visitor had gone.
I'm glad you stayed on, Lawrence.
Oh, I felt there was something worrying you.
How lately have you seen Lily?
Miss Bart, I haven't seen her at all.
Not at all, Lawrence. Why is that? I thought that you and she...
I've perpetually missed seeing her since she came back.
How do you mean? Have you tried to see her?
I've wanted to see her.
Well?
She seems to have been absorbed by the Gormer set since her return from Europe.
Oh, but that is all the more reason. She has been very unhappy.
Unhappy at being with the Gormers?
Well, that was in the way of a job. But that is at an end, I think. You know, Lawrence, people have been very unkind since Bertha Dorset quarreled with her.
Yes, I do know.
Well, then, couldn't you help her?
What are you thinking of, you incorrigible missionary?
I'm thinking of the fact that you and she used to be great friends, that she used to care immensely for what you thought of her, and that if she takes your staying away as a sign of what you think now, then I can imagine it maybe adding a great deal to her unhappiness.
My dear child, don't add to it still more by attributing to her all your own susceptibilities.
Lawrence, that is cruel. Lily is very sensitive.
Though you immensely exaggerate the importance of anything I can do for Miss Bart, you cannot exaggerate my readiness to do it, if you ask me.
I do ask you, then. I ask you because she once told me that you had been a help to her. And because she needs your help now more than she's ever needed it before. Oh, you know how dependent she's always been on luxury. How she has hated everything shabby and ugly. Now all those things have been taken from her. I can't help her myself. She's passed out of my reach. And I think she's afraid of being a burden to me. I don't want to force myself upon her.
I never heard you so eloquent, Gertie.
And I've never known you to be cruel. What is the matter with you?
Why do you call me cruel?
Oh, it seems to me that if someone could reach out a hand to her, someone like you, show her how much is left for her, which I believe you can do. Oh, I'm sorry, Lawrence.
Oh, Gertie. Since you have learnt the wisdom of waiting, I don't see why you urge me to rush in. Still, I'll do as you wish, and I won't hold you responsible if I fail.
His cousin's words had made Selden feel how impossible it was for him ever to live quietly with the thought of Lily Bart. Though he betrayed little emotion when Gertie appealed to him, as soon as he reached the street he turned his steps directly towards Lily's hotel, only to learn that she had moved away. The desk clerk, however, gave him her new address. Care of Mrs. Norma Hatch, the Emporium Hotel.
How did you find me? And forgive me for asking, but what made you want to?
Why should I have come unless I thought I might be of use to you?
Is that your idea of the basis of our friendship?
It's my only excuse for imagining you could want me.
Then you have come now because you think you can be of use to me?
Yes, in the modest capacity of a person to talk things over with.
I see. Not because you felt it would be nice to see me.
I do want to help.
It's very good of you to present yourself in that capacity, but what makes you think that I have anything particular to talk to you about?
Gertie told me you were acting as a private secretary, and I know she was anxious to hear how you were getting on.
Why did she not look me up herself, then?
Because she was afraid of being importunate. You hadn't sent her your new address. You see, no such scruples restrain me, but then I haven't as much to risk if I incur your displeasure.
You haven't incurred it yet, but I have an idea that you are very soon going to.
That rests with you, doesn't it? You see, my initiative doesn't go beyond putting myself at your disposal.
So, you are at my disposal. And what am I to do with you?
You are to let me take you away from here.
And may I ask where you mean me to go?
Back to Gertie in the first place, if you will. The essential thing is that you should be away from here.
Have you any idea of how arrogant your attitude is?
Arrogant? In what way?
To neglect me, even to avoid me at a time when I had most need of friends. Then suddenly to break into my life with this assumption of authority. You don't consider that arrogant?
Lily, don't you understand? I only want to help.
I'm very much obliged to you for taking such an interest in my plans, but I am quite contented where I am, and I have no intention of leaving.
That simply means you don't know where you are.
If you have come here to say disagreeable things about Mrs. Hatch, I won't listen. She has helped me to earn a living when my friends were quite resigned to see me starve.
Nonsense. Starvation is not the only alternative. You can always find a home with Gertie until you're independent again.
I shall never be independent again.
What do you mean?
Since you show such an acquaintance of my affairs, I suppose you mean until my aunt's legacy is paid.
Yes, I do mean that. Gertie told me of it.
What Gertie does not know is that I owe every penny of that legacy.
Good God.
Every penny. And more, too. You now perhaps see why I prefer to remain with Mrs. Hatch rather than take advantage of Gertie's kindness. I have no money left, except my small income, and I must earn something to keep myself alive.
But with your income, even if it is small, you and she could surely contrive a life together which would put you beyond the need of having to support yourself. Gertie, I know, is eager to make such an arrangement and would be quite happy in it.
But I should not be. There are many reasons why it would not be kind to Gertie, nor wise for myself.
I have no claim to know your reasons, but I believe I have a right to point out that you have placed yourself in a false position.
I don't know why you imagine me to be in a false position.
Is it possible that you are ignorant of Mrs. Hatch's reputation?
I don't think we need discuss the matter any further.
Lawrence Selden had not guessed that Lily had felt his long absence as the most bitter aspect of the last months. His desertion had wounded sensibilities far below the surface of her pride, and determined her not to drop her defences. The situation between them was one which could have been cleared up only by a sudden explosion of feeling, and their whole training and habit of mind were against the chances of such an explosion. And so they parted, with coldness on both sides.
Tell me about Mrs. Hatch. Is she nice?
Nice is a strange adjective to apply to Mrs. Norma Hatch.
I've never heard of the Emporium before, but Lawrence seemed to think that it was a dreadful place, and that Mrs. Hatch had a bad reputation.
I'm surprised he could bring himself to cross the threshold.
Oh, dear Lily, you know how concerned he is about you.
You surprise me.
But tell me about the work. I understood you were to act as a secretary.
My duties in that direction are rather restricted by the fact that, so far as I can see, Mrs. Hatch seems to know hardly anyone to write to.
Poor Lily.
I shall have to leave, of course. There's nothing wrong with Mrs. Hatch, you know, Gertie. Her offences are against taste rather than conduct. She has a wandering and extravagant good nature. Her laxities make the Gormer group seem a model of regularity and convention. At times, the thought of launching such a missile as Mrs. Hatch on the bosom of society is not without its charm, but the idea of being connected with the transaction is less agreeable. There are some sinister people round her.
Sinister, Lily? What do you mean?
Well, there's a lawyer who's always around. I think it was through him that Carrie knew about Mrs. Hatch. Well, he hinted to me yesterday that if I could engineer a match between Mrs. Hatch and young Bertie van Osberg, I should be well rewarded.
Bertie? But he's a mere boy.
Yes. He's young, rich, and credulous.
You mean this man was trying to bribe you?
That is one way of putting it. But you can understand why I can't stay on. It puts me in what your cousin calls a false position.
Oh, I'm surprised that Bertie even knows her.
Yes, I was surprised too. But I have encountered several old acquaintances. Ned Silverton, for instance, is quite a regular visitor here. It seems that this is one of the things that young men go in for when released from the official social routine. It's the kind of previous engagement that so often causes them to disappoint the hopes of anxious hostesses.
Do you think the Miss Silvertons know anything about this?
Not for a moment. But I don't think we need worry about Ned. He's in no danger. It's on Bertie, the heir to the Van Osberg millions, that the attention of Mrs. Hatch's group is centred.
I'll have to go to my meeting, Lily. But I've been thinking a lot about the sort of work you might do.
I feel I'd rather let Carrie down, and I don't feel I can ask her for any further suggestions. She really has tried rather hard on my account, you know.
Yes, I do know. Goodbye, dear. I'll keep in touch.
To Gertrude's hopeful spirit, a solution to Lily's problem appeared to have been reached when she remembered how beautifully Lily could trim hats. Gertie's inspiration at once revived hopes of profitable activity. In a shop, all white panels, mirrors, and moss-green hangings, where Lily's own creations perched on their stands like birds poised for flight. Reality, however, proved to be very different.
Miss Haynes has been on the rampage all day. She hasn't had a good word for anyone. Look out, here she comes.
Miss Bart, this work is quite disgraceful.
Shall I do it over again?
No, thank you. You'll only make a further mess of it.
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid I'm not well.
If you can't sew these spangles on more regular, I guess you'd better pass the hat to Miss Kilroy. Will you finish the sewing of the spangles, Miss Kilroy?
Yes, Miss Haynes.
As for you, Miss Bart, you'd better go back to binding edges. I should have warned Madame not to give me a fashionable apprentice among my work.
Miss Bart, I guess you can sew the spangles on as well as I can when you're feeling right. Miss Haynes didn't act fair to you.
Thank you, Miss Kilroy. I have a bad headache, but Miss Haynes was right. I am clumsy.
Well, it's mean work for anyone with a headache. You ought to go right home and lay down. It's nearly time anyways.
Thank you. It's kind of you. Perhaps I shall go now. It's no good, Gertie. Miss Haynes, the forewoman, is dissatisfied, and I'm not surprised. I'm really no good.
You should have done as Carrie Fisher suggested and worked in the showroom.
No, Gertie, that would have been worse. Really, it would. Too many of my old friends and acquaintances are customers at Regina's. In fact, the hat I was trimming today was for Judy Trenor.
I see.
I feel horribly tired.
I do wish you'd come and stay here and let me look after you.
It's sweet of you, Gertie, but it wouldn't work.
Why not, dear?
You do all the giving and I do all the taking.
I wouldn't mind.
I believe you, Gertie. But I would mind.
Oh.
And besides, I would shock you. Now, I really must go before it gets dark.
I wish you would see a doctor.
All I need is sleep. And thanks to Mrs. Hatch, I have the means of procuring that.
But is it wise to take those things, Lily?
Well, perhaps not. In fact, I have avoided using the prescription, but tonight I may use it. Otherwise, I shall be fit for nothing tomorrow. Otherwise, I couldn't face Miss Haynes, and I must at least be strong enough to give him my notice.
Lily's strongest reason for leaving Gertie before a late hour was that she meant to take a copy of Mrs. Hatch's prescription to the chemist at the corner of 6th Avenue. The clerk had served her before, and had pointed out that it was a queer-acting drug. The mere touch of the packet thrilled her nerves with the promise of a night's sleep. And, dizzy with relief, she stumbled against a man who put out a hand to steady her.
Good heavens. It's you, Miss Lily.
Oh, Mr. Rosedale. How strange. Forgive me, I wasn't looking where I was going.
But, Miss Lily, you're not well?
It's nothing. I'm a little tired, that's all.
I'll take my arm, please.
Thank you. I was a little faint. Stay with me for a moment, will you?
Well, we can't stay here. The Longworth is only a few yards away. I suggest I take you there where you can rest for a while, have something to revive you.
Thank you. Yes, that would be kind. I've joined the working classes, Mr. Rosedale.
What do you mean?
I am learning to be a milliner. At least, trying to learn. But I'm not very successful.
But I understood. As a matter of fact, I heard you're with Norma Hatch as a secretary. May I refill your cup?
Thank you. I was with Mrs. Hatch. I left her 2 months ago.
Was it not a soft berth?
Oh, yes. Too soft, in fact. One might have sunk in too deep.
What does that mean?
You know Mrs. Hatch, I believe. Well, perhaps you can understand that she might make things too easy for me.
It was no place for you, anyhow.
I left, lest it be said that I was helping Mrs. Hatch to marry Bertie van Osburg. I see you had heard it.
Of course I knew he couldn't be mixed up in that. He couldn't be mixed up in that. It ain't your style.
Mrs. Hatch was really an innocent pawn in the hands of that man Melvin Stancy, who hinted to me that I should not be the loser if the match came off.
I can quite see you had to leave.
And now I must leave you, Mr. Rosedale. I've talked too much, but I do feel better.
No, please, don't go yet. Rest a little longer, please. Besides, you haven't told me what you meant when you said just now that you were learning to be a milliner.
I meant exactly what I said. I am an apprentice at Regina's.
Good Lord. You? Mrs. Fisher told me about your aunt's will, but I understood you got a legacy from her.
Yes, I got a legacy of $10,000. But the lawyers say the legacies won't be paid till next summer.
I see. But look here, you could borrow on it anytime you wanted.
It wouldn't do me much good, because I owe it already.
The whole 10,000?
Every penny. Mr. Rosedale, I should like to explain something.
Please, Miss Lily, don't upset yourself.
I think Gus Trenor spoke to you once about having made some money for me on the stock market.
I remember something of the kind.
A long time ago, you referred to the fact that he had pulled off a nice little pile for me.
I had no right. It was impertinent of me.
He made about $9,000.
Please, Miss Lily, don't...
I should like to make the matter straight between us. I suppose I was naive or stupid, but I knew nothing of business. Afterwards, I found out that what he had said he'd made for me, he had really given to me. At the time, I had understood that he was speculating with my own money. It was meant in kindness, of course, but it was not the sort of obligation one could remain under. And as Mr. Trenor is sometimes indiscreet, it is the sort of thing that's apt to be misconstrued. So, my aunt's legacy will have to go to pay it back.
It's damnable.
Not really. It's my own fault. But that's the reason why I'm trying to learn a trade.
But see here, if that's the case, it clears you out altogether?
Altogether, yes. And it's quite a relief to say it.
My God.
It is rather a bore.
Miss Lily, I admire pluck. And if you want any backing...
Thank you. Your tea and our talk has given me tremendous backing. I feel equal to anything now. And I've stayed much longer than I meant to.
Now, wait a minute. You've got to let me walk home with you. This isn't the place, Julie. Someone told me you were living with Miss Farish.
No, I'm boarding here. I've lived too long on my friends.
I wish you would let me help.
But you have, Mr. Rosedale. You've helped me a great deal.
You'll let me come and see you someday.
Thank you, yes. I shall be very glad.
On a day in April, Lily lingered for a moment on the corner of Fifth Avenue. The season was over in millinery, and Madame Regina had notified her that her services were no longer required. After their chance encounter, Rosedale had called to ask if she had recovered from her indisposition, and since then she had not heard from him. Tonight he was in her thoughts as she approached the dreary boarding-house, so that she was scarcely surprised to find him on the doorstep. She greeted him as if she'd been expecting him, and led him into the peacock-blue parlour.
Good God. You can't go on living here.
Well, I've gone over my expenses carefully, and I rather think that I shall just be able to manage it. Do sit down and try to forget the decor.
Be able to manage it? You know, that's not what I mean. It's no place for you.
It's what I mean, for I've been out of work for the past week.
Out of work? Out of work? Not a way for you to talk. The idea of your having to work is preposterous.
I don't see why I should be regarded as an exception.
Because you are. That's why. And your being in a place like this is a damnable outrage.
Mr. Rosedale, please. You mustn't distress yourself.
Look here, Miss Lily. I'm going to Europe next week. I'll be in Paris and London for a couple of months. And I can't leave you like this. I can't do it.
But you must, Mr. Rosedale.
I know it's none of my business. You'll let me understand that often enough. But things are obviously worse with you than they've been before. Don't you see that you must accept help from someone? You spoke to me the other day about a debt to Trenor, and I respect you for feeling as you do about it.
Mr. Rosedale, you're very kind.
Now, don't take me up until I've finished. I'll lend you the money to pay Trenor. It'll be a plain business arrangement, such as one man would make with another, if that's how you want it. Now, what have you got to say against that?
Forgive me, it's not that I don't appreciate your kindness, but a business arrangement between us would be impossible, because I shall have no security to offer when my debt to Gus Trenor has been paid.
Have you thought over what I suggested at our last meeting? Bertha Dorset didn't scruple to ruin you by an open falsehood.
I know. I have thought over what you said, but it's not possible, Mr. Rosedale. So, now we must say goodbye. I hope your time in Europe will prove interesting and profitable.
My dear, if you'd only let me, I'd set you up over them all. I'd put you where you could wipe your feet on them all.
Though Lily had rejected the idea of confronting Bertha Dorset with her letters, Rosedale's point of view gained weight as the hours passed. Her determination weakened before she fell asleep. As she sat over her morning coffee, she realized that she had unconsciously come to a final decision. Choosing a time when she knew that Mrs. Dorset would be at home, she set out with the letters in her pocket. As she turned into a side street, a vague memory stirred in her. It was down this street that she had walked with Selden that September day 2 years ago. Overwhelmed by a rush of recollection, she crossed the street and entered the house.
Do you mind my calling like this? Forgive me if it's an awkward moment.
Oh, of course not. I'm very glad. At the same time...
You are surprised.
You are always welcome. You must know that. But do come and sit by the fire.
Thank you.
I can recommend this armchair. If you let me put a cushion behind you.
People are always putting cushions behind me.
Are they? Perhaps because you look rather frail. You do look frail, Lily. Have you been ill?
I have felt rather low. When I walked past the Benedict just now, I had a vision of this quiet room with the bookshelves. Such a peaceful scene.
just as it was 2 years ago.
It was good of you to come.
I came to tell you that I was sorry for the way we parted, for what I said to you that day at Mrs. Hatch's.
I was sorry, too, that we should have parted that way. But I'm not sure that I didn't bring it on myself. Luckily, I had foreseen the risk I was taking.
So that you didn't really care.
So that I was prepared for the consequences. But we'll talk of that later.
I wanted you to know that I left Mrs. Hatch immediately after I saw you.
Yes, I know.
And that I did so because you told me to.
My dear girl, it's not necessary to explain.
But it is. You see, before you came to see me, I had already begun to see that it would be impossible to remain with her, for the reasons you gave me. But I wouldn't admit it. I wouldn't let you see that I understood what you meant.
Don't overwhelm me with a sense of my own officiousness.
It was not that I was ungrateful, but...
Oh, my dear, you're very tired. Let me make some tea.
No, I must go in a moment.
But you know how quickly I can coax the water to boil?
No, I drink too much tea. I must go. But I may not see you for a very long time. And I wanted to tell you that I have never forgotten the things you said to me at Bellamont. And sometimes they have helped me and kept me from making mistakes. Kept me from becoming what many people have thought me. These last months I have tried. No, forgive me, I'm not being very clear.
Lily, I'm grateful for what you said, but believe me, I haven't made the difference you speak of. The difference is in yourself.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say the things you told me have made no difference. It seems to shut me out, to leave me all alone. Twice, you gave me the chance to escape from my life, and I refused it. Refused it because I was a coward. Afterwards, I saw my mistake. I saw I could never be happy with what had contented me before. But it was too late. You had judged me. It was too late for happiness, but not too late to be helped by the thought of what I'd missed. That's all I had lived on. Please don't take it from me now.
Lily, what do you mean? Why do you say it's too late?
Well, some women are strong enough to be good by themselves, but I need the help of your belief in me. I might have resisted a great temptation, but the little ones would have pulled me down. Do you remember, just 2 years ago, in this very room...
Oh, you have something to tell me. Do you mean to marry?
You told me I should have to come to it sooner or later.
Have you come to it now?
I shall have to come to it. But first, there is something else I must come to. There is someone I must say goodbye to first.
Don't say goodbye to me.
No, it's not you. We're sure to see each other again.
Who then? Who is it?
It's the Lily Bart you knew. I'm going to leave her here. I should like to think that she has stayed with you. Will you let her stay?
Lily, you're being fanciful.
Do you remember... You said to me once that you could help me only by loving me. Well, you did love me for a moment, and it helped me. It's always helped me.
Can't I help you? Help you now?
No, the moment's gone. I let it go. And one must go on living.
Lily, you mustn't speak in this way. No, don't pull your hand away.
I must go.
I can't let you go without knowing what you mean to do. Things may change, but they don't pass. You can never go out of my life.
No, I see that. Let's always be friends. Then I shall be safe whatever happens.
Whatever happens? What do you mean? What is going to happen?
Nothing at present. But I'm very cold. Before I go, you must make up the fire for me. Will you do that?
Yes, of course. There's plenty of wood here.
There's still a little life left in the embers.
Yes, but... did you put something on the fire?
Only some papers I didn't want.
Well, this will soon make a good blaze.
How very pleasant it is here.
And stay a while. Why must you go? You're so pale and cold.
I might stay too long. Besides, it's late. So goodbye.
But may I not take you home?
No, I should rather say goodbye here. In this quiet room.
As Lily left Selden's flat, the sense of loneliness returned with redoubled force. She had gone to him with no definite purpose. The mere longing to see him had directed her. But the secret hope she had carried with her revealed itself suddenly in its death pang. As she walked slowly back towards her cheerless room, she was stopped by a passer-by.
Excuse me, Miss Bart. It is Miss Bart, isn't it?
Yes. You must forgive me.
You won't remember me, but I'd know you anywhere. I was one of the girls in Miss Parrish's club.
Yes, I do remember you.
You helped me go to the country that time I had lung trouble, and I'll never forget it. But, Miss Bart, are you sick?
I'm only tired. It's nothing.
Lean on me till you feel better. Are you strong enough to walk on a little way?
Yes. I'm very glad to have seen you.
But I can't leave you like this. Tell you what, we'll get straight into a streetcar and you can come home with me while I get baby's supper. I didn't tell you I had a baby, did I? I'd give anything to show her to you. And it's real warm in our kitchen. You can rest there. There now, precious. Was it mad with Mommy for getting in supper so late? There. Are you all right, Miss Bart? We've got a parlor, too, but I guess it's warmer here. And I don't want to leave you alone while I feed her.
I much prefer to stay here, Nettie. I may call you Nettie, may I?
Of course. You must. You just don't know how grateful I am. You see, when you sent me off that time, I wasn't only sick, I was dreadfully unhappy, too.
Poor Nettie. I wish I'd known more about you at the time.
I'd known a gentleman where I was employed, and I thought we were to be married. We'd gone steady for 6 months, and he'd given me his mother's wedding ring. And I reckon he was too stylish for me. Pretty nearly killed me when he went away and left off writing. I thought it was the end of everything, and but for you, well, I guess it would have been. But...
No, Nettie. It was your own character that pulled you through.
Well, but I got back home. George came round and asked me to marry him. At first I thought I couldn't, because we'd been brought up together and he knew all about me and the baby. But then I began to see that made it easier, because I could never have told another man, and I'd never have married without telling.
I'm glad, Nettie. I'm glad that things have turned out so well for you.
Mercy, I didn't mean to run on so about myself and you looking so fagged out. I do wish I could help.
You've helped me very much. And now I feel rested. I must go.
You'll come back?
Yes, I'll come back. I promise. Gertie, what a nice surprise.
Oh.
It's quite a long time since I saw you.
Yes, it is a long time. I had a feeling you were avoiding me, Lily.
You're right in a way. But I had felt that I'd become a nuisance with all my troubles.
As if I could ever think of you as a nuisance.
Well, I just didn't want to risk it.
As a matter of fact, I'd just been to see Nettie Strother, and she told me that you'd been there, and she was worried because she felt you were ill. So I decided to come and look for myself.
To tell the truth, Nettie was right. I have been poorly. But seeing her did me good. I can't tell you how much she helped me. She told me about the baby and how she felt she couldn't marry George when he first asked her because he knew all about her. But his faith in her gave her the courage to go on. And now she's so happy. It's easy for a woman to become what the man she loves believes her to be. I envy her.
Yes, she's a dear girl. It's lovely to see her so happy. But, Lily, I feel worried about you. You've gone so very thin.
Someone else today called me frail.
Yes, frail is a suitable word for you.
It sounds better, doesn't it? But I really feel stronger at this moment. The sight of Nettie and her story did something for me. And she seemed to think I had a hand in it.
It was your money we spent on her.
It must be one of the few times when I've put some of my own money to good use. It may not even have been my own.
Now you're talking nonsense. What have you been doing? You seemed very busy when I came in.
I've just been trying to tidy up.
Oh.
I've been so listless recently that I've become horribly careless. So now I'm putting everything in order.
I'll help you then, if I may. Oh, how lovely this dress is. It's the one you wore for the bright tableau.
Yes. How long ago that all seems.
A letter for you, Miss Bart.
Really?
Yes, the late post has just come.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Good night, miss.
Good night. Gertie, it's from Aunt Julia's lawyers. I wonder what's happened.
Let's hope it's good news.
It's a cheque. Having adjusted the business of the estate with less delay than we expected, the executors have decided to anticipate the date fixed for the payment of the bequests in the will of the late Mrs. Julia Penniston. We therefore enclose a cheque for $10,000. $10,000.
It will be a help, won't it?
It's strange, Gertie. When I heard the terms of Aunt Julia's will, it actually seemed to represent penury. And now that cheque seems almost to represent riches. There's so much I could do with it, Gertie. So many things that I might be tempted to do and that I must not do. The one great priority is my debt to Gus Trenor.
I don't see that you owe him anything at all after the way he treated you. I shall never forget that terrible night when you came to me, how he tricked you into believing his wife was there in the house with him.
Dear Gertie, I was naive over that whole incident.
Oh.
The point is, he expected a kind of payment which I misunderstood. And my one desire above all else is to get that off my mind, to have it paid in full.
You feel you must pay it all at once?
Of course, every penny. I shall never be happy otherwise. In fact, I think I shall write the cheque out now. If I do it while you're with me, I won't be able to weaken. I must write to the bank, too, to pay the lawyer's cheque in. The manager will be quite surprised to see me $10,000 in credit.
Lily, you're tired now. Why not leave it till tomorrow?
It won't take long.
All right. You do that and I'll put away these dresses.
I suppose one of the few advantages of being poor is that it simplifies bookkeeping. I can see now at a glance what I owe. It's a pity it's too late to catch the post tonight. However, it's a new sensation to be able to write a large cheque and know that it'll be met. Oh, God, I'm tired.
I think you ought to get ready for bed while I fill your hot water bottle. Where is it?
It's in the bathroom. But don't bother about it.
Of course I shall. And you can be undressing meanwhile.
There's one other thing I must do. Just a brief spell of oblivion to give me strength to face tomorrow.
Oh, Lily, must you really take that?
Yes, Gertie, I must. You don't realize what it's like. I haven't closed my eyes for 2 whole nights. It's no wonder I look ill. Don't look so worried. It's done now, and I feel that tomorrow will not be so difficult after all.
Here is your bottle. I think that you should get into bed quickly. The warmth may help you. I'll sit with you for a while.
Don't make yourself too late. Poor Gertie. You've got to go to work in the morning.
It's all right. I shall call a hansom.
Give me your hand. Was I horrid to you?
Of course not. No, don't talk, dear. Close your eyes.
Your girls' club, Gertie. Perhaps I could help you with that.
Shh. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yes. Tomorrow. There was something I wanted to say today. A word that I couldn't find. Something I wanted to tell Lawrence. Lawrence.
Oh, Miss Farish, how is Miss Bart?
I think she's asleep. But I want to ask you something, Kathleen. If ever you or your mistress feel worried about her, will you get in touch with me? Here is my card. Oh, the address is on it.
I will that, miss.
Now, do you think you could call me a cab, please?
The next morning rose mild and bright, with a promise of summer in the air. The sun slanted down Lily's street, and Lawrence Selden hastened towards her door with a sense of adventure. In a violent reaction to his behavior the previous day, he had found the word that he had meant to say to her, and it seemed strange that he had let her go without being able to speak it. He ran up the steps of the boarding-house and pulled the bell.
Oh, Lawrence!
Gertie, why are you here?
Come in, dear.
I don't understand. What are all these people doing here?
Ladies and gentlemen, I should be grateful if you would return to your rooms.
For God's sake, Gertie, what has happened? Where's Lily?
The doctor will be back shortly, Miss Farish. Perhaps you would like to take your friend upstairs?
Yes. Come with me, Lawrence.
Is Lily ill? Has there been an accident? Why is the doctor coming?
There has been an accident. A serious one. You must be prepared. This is her room.
Gertie, tell me the truth, quickly.
Give me your hand. There's only one way to tell it. Lily is dead.
That's impossible. How can she be dead?
Come in. She must have taken an overdose by mistake. She has been sleeping badly for a long time. She often spoke of it to me.
You're sure? Quite sure that it was a mistake?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Because of the way she talked to me last night.
Last night? You were with her last night?
Yes, I called in. I hadn't seen her for quite a time. And of course, you know, I worried about her.
I was worried, too. She looked so frail.
Frail? So it was you.
What was? What do you mean?
Nothing. My mind was wandering. The doctor knew her well. He knew that she would never have done such a thing deliberately. He said that sometimes people wake up and take more of the drug, forgetting how much they have had already. When he comes back, there will be certain formalities to be gone through. You will wait and see him with me, won't you?
Yes, of course.
I've asked him to give us a little time to look through her papers first. It won't take long. You will find me downstairs if you need me.
Oh, but why are you going?
Because I think you would like some moments alone with her. It's what she would have wished. Oh, there aren't many papers, and I can explain some of them if they puzzle you.
The door closed, and he stood alone with the motionless sleeper on the bed. They had never been at peace together, they two. But now he felt himself drawn downward into the mysterious depths of her tranquillity. He dropped on his knees by the bed and gazed long at the face that, for the first time, neither paled nor brightened at his coming. His mind went back to that day 2 years ago when she had talked with him in his flat. She said then of Gertie, "She likes being good, and I like being happy."
Oh, Lily. Dear, dear Lily. I did love you. But could I? Could I ever have made you happy?
In The House of Mirth by Edith Wharton, Carole Mowlam was Lily Bart. Keith Alexander was Lawrence Selden, and June Barry was the narrator. Mrs. Penniston was Margot Lawrence, Gertie Farish was Celia Bannerman, and Gus Tenor was played by John Church. The House of Mirth was written by Edith Wharton, dramatised by Eileen Cullen, and produced by Brian Miller.